안녕하세요. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the opening ceremony of 2021 Young Generation and Young Professional Forum. It is currently being held online as well as offline in 3 places. In Australia, Hobart and Brisbane, where I'm located, and also in Christchurch, New Zealand. We would like to appreciate the support of the Korean Federation of Science and Technology Society's president, Dr. Woo Il-lee, and His Excellency Mr. Sang-jin Lee, the Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to New Zealand, and the President of the Korean Academy of Scientists and Engineers in Australia and New Zealand, KASEA, Dr. Mi Kyung Lee, and the Forum Organizing Committee. We also welcome all of KASEA members and the forum participants from Korea, Australia, and New Zealand. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ji-young Park, and I have the pleasure to be the Master of Ceremony for this event. I am in my final semester of Bachelor of Engineering at the University of Queensland, and I'm honored to be back here at the Young Generation and Young Professional Forum as the MC, because I attended the Young Generation Forum myself back in 2019, which was held in Seoul. As the Australian representative for that year, I got to make great friends whom I still keep in contact today. Not only that, but the forum was also a very valuable experience for me because it gave me a big boost to my academic confidence as an undergraduate student. I'm so glad to see the Young Generation and Young Professional Forum back on this year, and I hope you all get a great amount of knowledge and experience out of this event, just as much as I have. Today is the first day of Young Generation and Young Professional Forum. I'll be briefly outlining the schedule for today. We'll begin with the opening ceremony, followed by 2 plenary lectures delivered by the guest speakers live from Sydney, Australia, from Professor Petit and Dr. An from Auckland in New Zealand. Then we'll have a short break. After the tea break, the 3 representatives from Korea, Australia, and New Zealand will present an introduction to the country of their residence to the other participants. Then there'll be a showcase of research institutes from Australia, Korea, and New Zealand, and we'll have a lunch break then. In the afternoon, we have the group discussion session, followed by a group discussion presentation of the outcome of the discussion. Now, let me introduce you to the president of KASEA, Dr. Mi Kyung Lee, for an opening address. Dr. Mi Kyung Lee came to Australia with her parents after completing high school from Seoul, South Korea. She liked Australia instantly because it gave her more freedom. In Korea, she was not allowed to learn Taekwondo with her brothers, but in Australia, she learned swimming and other sports and even rode a motorbike, which shocked her mother. She studied hard to learn English and completed her university degree in Bachelor, Graduate Diploma, Master's, and PhD in Nutrition and Public Health. She became conscious of good health at an early age and chose to study in this field because she loves everything about food and its benefits on our health. She teaches nutrition at Murdoch University in Perth, and her research includes infant nutrition and dietary guidelines since working in Commonwealth Department of Health in Canberra. She has 2 dogs, love hiking, traveling, and swimming. Her memorable events include swimming with the whale shark in Ningaloo and marine iguanas in the Galapagos Islands. Let's welcome Dr. Mi Kyung Lee for her opening address.
안녕하세요. To participants in Korea, good morning to you all. Kia ora to participants in New Zealand. I would like to thank the president of the Korean Federation of Science and Technology Societies for their support, Dr. Woo Il-lee, and His Excellency Ambassador Sang-jin Lee from New Zealand for preparing welcome and congratulatory addresses for this event. I also want to thank the KASEA, our organization, Forum Organizing Committee, who have worked hard to bring this program together. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of this land on which we meet today and pay my respect to elders past, present, and emerging, and warm welcome greetings in Maori language. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be KASEA president for the past 2 years, despite the challenging time we have been through. I would like to talk briefly about how epidemics, particularly COVID-19, have influenced both our countries and challenges we face. This year marks the 60-year anniversary of bilateral diplomatic ties between the Republic of Korea and Australia. New Zealand is 1 year short of 59 years. Some cultural events have been organized by both countries, and the dynamic Korea video, which will be presented later, will illustrate one of them. Korea, Australia, and New Zealand have demonstrated their resolve, their commitment to science, and strength of character in dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic. The three countries have used their strengths in public health and epidemiology to understand the epidemic and have been active in providing expertise to the WHO to deal with epidemics. Korea is a world leader in the large-scale production of vaccines and has begun preparation to a major supplier of the newer mRNA vaccines. This has just been approved by Moderna, and this was a front-page news just a couple of days ago. Australia is manufacturing the AstraZeneca vaccine in Melbourne, and New Zealand is involved in repurposing FDA-approved drugs to tackle with COVID. All these three countries undertake biotechnology research at the highest international level. As scientists, we must always remember the social, health, and economic impacts of epidemics and the actions we recommend on the lives of the citizens of our countries. During the COVID-19 epidemic, the lockdown have caused an increase in mental stress, particularly among the health workers who have been coping with increased number of very ill cases. This is an area where collaborative research could be very fruitful. This week is Mental Health Week in Australia. Mental Health Week is celebrated every October to inform and educate the community on how to better respond to the challenges mental health issues present, build resilience, reduce stigma associated with mental illness, and promote mentally healthy communities. Next, I must mention the greatest challenge facing the world, climate change. The challenges for all of us is to find a way of reducing inequity around the world, maintain decent living standards, and return the world's climate to a stable ecosystem. This month's exciting news is Nobel Prize winner announcement at the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences in Stockholm. The Nobel Prize in Physics 2021 was awarded jointly to 3 scientists who made contributions to understanding the complex structure of nature as it relates to climate change. In announcing the joint Nobel Prize winners, the committee stated that 1/2 of the award was to Shukuro Manabe and Klaus Hasselmann for the physical modeling of Earth's climate, quantifying variability and reliably predicting global warming. The other half went to Giorgio Parisi for the discovery of the interplay of disorder and fluctuations in physical systems from atomic to planetary scales. The Nobel Prize in Physics 2021 illustrates that international collaboration is important in science and at the same time, how important science is guiding public policy. However, we need to communicate with and educate our politicians to understand the importance of science in determining public policy. Lastly, I will mention 4 C's that I've used in the first year student orientation. 4 C's are namely confidence, competence, commitment, and compassion. Confidence, here, believe in yourself. Say more to yes. Yes, you can do what you set out to do. Have confidence in yourself. This comes as a really important message, particularly to the first year students. Second C is competence. Be good at what you're doing or aiming to do. Become a professional in your own field or in your area of your choice. The third C is commitment. Commit yourself to your study, work, or research wholeheartedly. Dedication is required and hard work. Last C is compassion. Compassion here means consideration for everybody. Science and compassion go hand in hand to make a better world. This is the challenge I leave to you all young scientists and engineers listening today. Now I officially declare open the Young Generation and Professional Forum. I hope that you will enjoy and learn from the lectures presented and to actively participate in group discussions. And I also hope this forum gives you an opportunity to make new friends and which some of them will become your future colleagues. 감사합니다. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mi-kyung Lee. That was a very warm opening, so thank you. Next, in the agenda, I have a speech from Dr. Woo-il Lee, the president of the Korean Federation of Science and Technology Society, KOFS, who has kindly prepared a video from Seoul to welcome you this year's forum. Dr. Woo-il Lee received his bachelor and master's degree from Seoul National University and his PhD from the University of Michigan in mechanical engineering. He became an academic at the Seoul National University and later the vice president of the Seoul National University. He is an emeritus professor at the SNU and later became the 27th president of the Korean Federation of Science and Technology Societies in 2020. He actively involved in promoting science and technology in the community as the spokesperson of KOFST and committed to an open science and technology platform that ventures into the world to be shared with people. Let's hear Dr. Woo's welcome speech.
Good morning, everyone. It's very nice to meet you all online. I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to all the young scientists and engineers for attending the 2021 Young Generation Forum and Young Professional Forum. This year's YGF and YPF are being held both offline and online due to the COVID-19 pandemic. I'd like to thank Chairperson Lee Mi-kyung and the STEM members of the Korean Academy of Scientists and Engineers in Australia for successfully bringing this forum to life. As you know well, the world is undergoing economic and social paradigm shifts of unprecedented scale in the face of climate change and the COVID-19 pandemic amid the new technological waves of the fourth industrial revolution. The importance of science and technology in overcoming the ensuing challenges and achieving sustainable development continues to rise. As such, there is a critical need to foster future science and technology specialists. Young scientists and engineers must emerge as the leaders driving this transformation. Our future depends on your continued endeavors to keep up with the latest changes and advance innovation through forward-looking perspectives. Young scientists and engineers, you have the gift of unlimited possibilities and growth potential. We will strive to make your voices heard and provide the necessary support to ensure your success. We will join forces with science and technology communities to bring you greater opportunities to undertake new research and startup projects. I strongly believe this year's forum will serve as a platform for exchanges to nurture your creativity and entrepreneurial spirit and make unforgettable memories. I wish continued success and a brighter future for you all. Thank you very much.
감사합니다, Dr. Lee. As the final welcome address, we have a congratulatory speech from His Excellency, Mr. Sang-Jin Lee, the Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to New Zealand. The Ambassador Lee graduated in law at the Seoul National University and completed Master of Political Science at the Tokyo Metropolitan University in Japan. He started working for the Korean government in 1991 and was appointed as the ambassador to New Zealand in May 2020.
안녕하십니까? Good morning. Distinguished guests, young scientists and engineers, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome everyone this morning virtually on the occasion of the 2021 Young Generation Forum and Young Professional Forum, organized by Korean Academy of Scientists and Engineers in Australia and New Zealand. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge and extend my warm gratitude to Dr. Mi-kyung Lee, President of KASEA, and Dr. Woo Lee of Korea Federation of Science and Technology Societies, and Professor Chris Pettit, and Dr. Ho Sagan, Professor Taehan Lee, and all the organizing staff of the forum, including senior scientist Kye-chung Park. I'm also delighted to note that this forum will provide the young generation and professional scientists and engineers with a great platform to interact and share their knowledge and experience across disciplines, which will in turn contribute to laying solid foundation for convergence and innovation through collaboration. While I'm certain that Korea and Australia's bilateral cooperation in the area of science and technology is thriving, taking this opportunity as ambassador to New Zealand, I would also like to shed a light on Korea and New Zealand's strong cooperation in this area. Since Korea and New Zealand have signed the Science and Technology Cooperation Arrangement in 1997, we have developed joint research programs as important collaboration partners. And last year, the 5th Korea-New Zealand Joint Committee meeting on Science and Technology was successfully held, where we have identified IoT, AI, smart agriculture, robotics as priority areas to cooperate, among other things. Health technologies and augmented reality are also gaining attention for both countries to share information. As both countries are consultative parties to the Antarctic Treaty, we have also agreed to promote cooperation on Antarctic policy, scientific research, and logistical activities. Against this backdrop, I firmly believe that young Korean scientists and engineers are already playing an important role in facilitating and bridging two countries' science and technology cooperation. and I am certain today's forum will further accelerate our continued partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, up until now, COVID-19 has been lingering its long tail, affecting each and everyone's life and work. The way we have long taken for granted, the way we work, and the way we meet and connect with people has all changed at breakneck speed. And we still live under many restrictions and uncertainty. However, we are also witnessing rapid recovery through scientific approach and the evidence-based policymaking process. In every step of decision-making related to COVID-19, science and technology is taking the center stage. Data analysis, test, and contact tracing, vaccine development, we all see scientists and engineers' pivotal roles, especially when the public trust and compliance are needed. Therefore, I believe it is most timely and appropriate to hold Young Generation Professional Forum to gain momentum for Korean scientists, promoting collaboration and interaction. I'd like to conclude my remark by thanking once again to KASEA and KOPST. I wish the forum a great success, and I will also spare no effort to supporting Korean scientists and engineers in New Zealand and in Australia. And I am looking forward to meeting you in near future. Thank you.
Thank you for your warm speech, Mr. Sang-Jin Lee. Like Mr. Sang-Jin Lee has said, we have gone through a significant change into our lives with the COVID. So hopefully with the new technological innovations emerging, we can all go back or even have a better advanced life where we can all meet. Thank you to all the speakers for the opening. And now we have prepared 4 videos showing the traditional and modern beauty of Korea. They include Korean fan dance, the court dance, and kayagum, a Korean string instrument, and the traditional performance is prepared by the Korean Traditional Culture and Arts Community incorporated in Western Australia. The 4th video is called 2021 Dynamic Korea, showing the beauty of modern Korea. Please enjoy. Thank you for that wonderful performance. The traditional performance was prepared by the Korean traditional culture and arts community incorporated in Western Australia. I haven't seen the traditional dance in such a long time. That was beautiful. I love how all of the lines are just elegant and the focus is all the way through to the edge of the fan. Now we'll take a short break and we'll come back here at 10 a.m. for the plenary lecture on AI system in the properties market. Thank you. So now we have two live plenary lectures on two hot topics of how the technologies of fourth industrial revolution is applied on the two significant industries of both Australia and New Zealand. The first plenary lecture will be delivered by Professor Petit from the University of New South Wales in Sydney. Professor Petit is the inaugural Professor of Urban Science and Director of City Futures Research Centre at University of New South Wales. For the last 25 years, he has been undertaking research and development in the use of digital planning tools to support envisioning of future city scenarios. He is currently the chair of the board of directors at CUPUM, which is Computers in Urban Planning and Urban Management, and on the International Advisory Board for the Geo for All initiative. He is also the member of the Committee for Sydney Smart Cities Task Force and a member of the New South Wales Government Expert Advisory Group for Planning Evidence and Insights. After the lecture, we'll be having a short Q&A session with the professor. You're welcome to type your questions on the Zoom chat during the lecture and they'll be answered after. Let us welcome Professor Petit for his live lecture from Sydney.
So this presentation will be looking at how we're using analytics, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and how we're shaping our future cities, the smart cities of the future with this technology and some of the work we're doing here in Australia in City Futures. So I'll just introduce our centre and who we are and what we do, and then I'll talk somewhat around data-driven approaches to city planning and city shaping. So it's an exciting time for those who are looking at data modeling, visualization, virtuality, and how we can use this to bring about more livable, sustainable, productive and resilient cities. I'll then focus in on a couple of projects that take this analytics to quite a sort of deep level of understanding around modeling property values and understanding what if scenarios, what if we put in new infrastructure, what does that mean for property value increases, and which is commonly referred to as value uplift in many parts of the world, and informs value sharing, value creation policies, and some concluding remarks. So here at City Futures, we conduct independent research and provide evidence-based inputs into a range of contemporary urban policy debates, and importantly into the planning of our future cities, both existing cities and future potential new cities. We've been around for 16 years, based at the University of New South Wales. We have 12 professors and associate professors as part of our centre, and we have 20 postdoctoral research fellows and research assistants working with us. And importantly, we have a very engaged and very smart cohort of masters and PhD students, about 30 students working with us. And we also have a series of City Futures fellows, and that's our leadership there. Obviously, Associate Professor Hoon Han is one of our associate directors in City Futures, and we have a number of partners. So we do a lot of applied work, working very closely with government, whether it's federal government, whether it's state government, whether it's municipalities, working in with companies like the Commonwealth Bank of Australia, which I'll talk about later on, and then working with colleagues in other universities and with key organisations like the Planning Institute of Australia, which we're doing some exciting work at the moment in Australia, looking at the future of plan tech and what does that mean for the planning profession. And in fact, that's a global piece in trying to understand how we harness the power of machine learning, AI, and the Planning Institute of Australia is working with the New Zealand Planning Institute, with the American Planning Institute, the Royal Planning Institute in the UK, and others. So very much a global initiative there. So our research, we do research into various facets of the city. And as we know, cities are very complex, multifaceted, built agglomerations where we have an increasing number of people moving into our cities, and our cities are becoming more compact. We have Sydney and Melbourne, which are about 6 million apiece. And given the population of Australia being around 26 million, we are a highly urbanized society. And we're seeing cities like mega cities like Seoul and other cities around the world where we're really getting that compact city form. So we have quite a detailed research program around compact cities and the densification of our cities, looking at planning and the planning regulatory environment and the strategic environment. How do we look at new digital planning tools to support what if scenarios, which links into our city analytics area, where we start to take a deeper look into data, technology, virtuality, machine learning, and applying these models and algorithms, so we have a deeper understanding, deeper insights into our city. Also importantly, we're looking at healthy built environments, understanding our green spaces and active transport and those other components of our cities which make them very livable. And of course, we have housing, which is a key fundamental consideration of any city. And how do we make our housing affordable? How do we make it equitable and accessible? So the impact of our research in the centre, a lot of it's driven through data and analytics, whether it's survey results or whether it's big data. Some work from some colleagues here looking at future scenarios of housing and the economy in Australia out to 2045. There's a series of 10 reports that Professor Halpors and Professor Bill Randolph and others have been working on, and understanding, and we have a global phenomenon at the moment of property prices really taking off around the world. And we've got a 20-30% hike in many cities around the world, including Sydney. What does that mean for those trying to buy a house or pay rent? So there's a huge amount of money, as we know, in the property market in Australia in the last 3 or 4 years. That's gone from a total asset value of about $6.5 trillion to over $8 trillion. So again, we're talking a lot of money, and we're talking about people's home and ability to have a shelter over their heads. So we also have here at UNSW this planning decision support theatre that we bring policymakers, like we have Minister Fletcher here on one of the slides, in to look at some of the digital tools that are powered through AI and machine learning that I'll then start to go into a little bit more detail later on in the presentation. So being able to have decision makers, communities, industry come into this planning support theatre where they can interact with the technologies, the decision support tools, whether that's this sort of sandbox where we can project spatial data, GIS data onto some kinetic sand and move the sand, and then the flood levels move, or whether it's these touch screens that are all networked together. So we can start to look at various what if scenarios, and we can drag and drop train stations and explore those what if scenarios quite quickly. And the last few years pre-COVID, we've had about 100 workshops and tours of our lab, where we've had planning agencies use the lab for looking at future precinct designs and plans, through to industry looking at what it means in Sydney when we have a new airport, and the formation of our aerotropolis, and where we might then design future infrastructure like a new metro. So there's a range of tools and methods that we see with this data-driven city planning approach, whether it's the blue dots over there are looking at bicycle movements, data captured through GPS smartphone devices, so we can understand at a fine scale how people are moving in and around Sydney and our cities, through to real-time dashboards where we bring in open data, looking at weather patterns. In Sydney at the moment, we've just had some storms come through, big weather patterns come through. So what does that mean for transport? What does that mean for our metro lines, and which ones are open and closed? Bringing in real-time CCTV into traffic intersections and so forth. Through to these quite detailed precinct design tools where we can drag and drop new buildings and look at the economic feasibility of those buildings, as well as the design of those buildings and how they fit into the current structure and fabric of our city. And that's an example there, looking at Blacktown, the third largest municipality in Australia, part of Metro Sydney. And then you've got 30-minute city, being able to look at taking some smart card data and visualize how far people can travel within 30 minutes. Down the left, we've got some work with collaboration with Harvard University, looking at geodesign, this geodesign approach. We start to break the city into various systems and looking at how we put those building blocks of new housing, new transport infrastructure, schools, open space, together, and assemble that into various futures of our city out to 2050 or whatever that timeline might be. And what I'm going to spend more time focusing on for the rest of the presentation is this sort of property, fine scale property analytics and modeling that we can start to then look at these applications of machine learning techniques for fine scale understanding of property prices and what that means for the future of our cities. So a number of flagship projects we have in City Futures. We have about 42 active projects at the moment. I'm going to focus more on this Rapid Analytics Interactive Scenario Planning approach, RAISE, and then the Value Australia project. we've got other projects that are also building a range of digital platforms and tools to support the research that we're doing in the centre, and also supporting more broadly urban research and policy decision making across the country. So rapid analytics, you've probably heard this term digital twin, which has really taken off in the last few years. And we've got a sort of a digital twin of our cities where we bring in property level data across all of Sydney. For every land parcel, we have the location of the housing stock and units that can be represented in 3 dimensions. And for every one of these property parcels, we have the current land valuation, and we have a range of other attributes. And we put this into a digital planning tool, this RAISE toolkit, the Rapid Analytics Interactive Scenario Explorer. This is the first version of the toolkit, and I'm going to give you a bit of a sneak preview of RAISE Mark II, our second iteration. And this is built on Cesium, and this essentially enabled planners in Sydney to drag and drop new light rail stations. That's what those red little dots are, and being able to then calculate what the value increase, property price increase around those new light rail stations might be. And this is around Parramatta, which is the central part of metropolitan Sydney. And of course, we do this in partnership with a lot of councils, state government agencies, and we take this methodology you might have heard about called co-design, co-production. So very much building the models and the tools with the experts. So working in this context with the Valuer General's Office in New South Wales and those land valuers who really know property markets and what the value of land and property is. So being able to run through scenarios to have that sort of validation of the models, and also to pick up their expert opinion in the next iterations of the digital tools. So this is one of the screenshots where you could then click on a property. For every property in Sydney, every residential property, it will then give you a bunch of attributes: what's its zoning, its land use, and its value as determined by our models. So automated valuation models, that is the common term you might have heard around looking at property price and being able to then ascertain what the value of that property, what that asset is with the land and with all the built assets on that. And we can, through this, this is more a hedonic price model, what I'm showing you here, ordinary least squares regression, you can start to then work out what's the value contribution of every sort of factor to that property, whether it's negative externalities like transmission, high voltage transmission lines. You don't want to be close to high voltage transmission lines, whether it's looking at proximity to train stations, which is positive. The closer you are to a train station, the more that will contribute to the value of your property. Through to property value features, you know, how many bedrooms, bathrooms, fireplaces, and those sorts of factors. So there's a new metro that went into Sydney, the Northwest Metro line, $8 billion of development, and these new stations being able to then model what the value increase for those surrounding property prices would be based on our algorithms and our approaches to determining what that new transformational infrastructure, those new metro stations would mean for the surrounding property. And so essentially the tool enables you to drag and drop a train station. And then when you drag and drop that train station, it triggers a process to run a model and to calculate what the value uplift is for those parcels within about a kilometre radius. So the last few years, we've been taking this further, this proof of concept from New South Wales and then developing it across Australia. And so now we have Value Australia, which we are now working with the Commonwealth Bank of Australia and Frontier SI and other partners, Liverpool City Council and the Valuer General New South Wales, to sort of take these models to the next level, and being able to then also create these dynamic visualization tools so we can start to look at heat maps of purchase prices and look at understanding what's changing in our city using, I guess, a range of data points, big data, one would say, being able to then and visualize what's happening with the current sales, where are those hotspots where there's more sales, of properties and increases in property prices. So these heat mapping tools are quite effective and useful in providing policymakers and decision makers what's happening in the city with current sales and property prices. And with, I was saying before, with COVID in Sydney in the last 6 months, we've witnessed the largest increase in property prices pretty much in the history of Sydney, with some areas going up 20–30% in a matter of 6 months. So the project is looking at building this digital platform, which is essentially the RAISE Mark II platform. And underpinning that, we have an engine, which is our automated valuation model, and looking at building a world-class, best in Australian model. So, and on top of that, we have then a huge piece in creating a national database of housing assets that we can run that model off. So it covers 90% of all residential properties in the country, making sure it's all cloud-based, so it's cyber secure, that we can then look at predictive infrastructure sequencing. If we're going to drag and drop train stations and schools and hospitals and big transformational infrastructure, I'll show that shortly. And then we can look at what's that value creation that I've talked about around putting in that new infrastructure. What does that mean for the local amenity and the value of property prices? So we've also been, with COVID, looking at the creation of a dashboard. And so this is a dashboard at the moment. If you want to look at it, the URL is the bottom of the link there. And essentially we have all the COVID cases across Australia since the COVID-19 pandemic started. And we've also then mapped in all the property sales, auction rates, our house value index for the country. There's also some transport mobility data that we've mapped into this dashboard. And also we've mined Twitter data to understand the sentiment of property prices, property values in the real estate market during this period of time. And so being able to provide this sort of real-time snapshot of what's happening in the property market in Australia in relation to this this COVID-19 pandemic and this era that we live in now, unfortunately. Excuse me. So when we're looking at machine learning and AI and how we apply that, we're looking at all this big data. There's a number of techniques that we've been looking at, and of course we've got aerial imagery, high resolution satellite imagery across the country that we can use, 360-degree views coming from data sources like Google Street View, and bringing in some external and property photos and being able to run machine learning AI routines on this sort of data. So these are some of the techniques that we're looking at, understanding and applying AI machine learning. How do we use those photos to understand the construction materials, the building types for each property? How do we then start to look at a better understanding of green space and tree height? And then we're also evolving this into understanding those sorts of risk factors like we have with climate change and extreme events. So some of our data variables, just to give you a sense, and I won't spend too much time on this, but there's a lot of data that goes in from a number of different agencies, and then from commercial providers like PSMA, we've got building footprints, and then we bring in the cadastre, we bring in school quality data, socioeconomic data from the Australian Bureau of Statistics, and planning data from Department of Planning, New South Wales. So there has been some work within the project team, understanding, how we can start to use these machine learning approaches to model all this data, to understand how we might create a machine learning driven automated valuation model. And so we've been testing out a number of different machine learning algorithms. There's sort of a table of them there. I won't go into details there. We've been looking at, I guess, random forests, convolutional neural networks, looking at gradient boost algorithms, which seem to be giving quite good results. So if we start to run these machine learning algorithms across Sydney, for example, We can see if we're comparing those results to standard regression results, ordinary least squares, or geographically weighted regression, we're getting better results. You'll see there, if we're looking at, say, the R squared value, our gradient boost regression model is giving us 0.89, which is quite considerably better than the GWR OLS model. So yeah, the machine learning models do perform well. And we start to then look at the forecast standard deviation. And we've run about 40 models and trying to then look at which models do perform better. And we have a cluster of models up the top there that are performing really well, but that are circled in red. So we've got some research, some papers coming out on this, but pretty much there's so many machine learning AI algorithms now, being able to then run a number of these and see which ones perform the best for what we're looking at. I just want to show this this short video to get close towards the end of my presentation that we've just put together. As I mentioned before, we have the YGF digital tool platform. We've now got the YGF platform, which I'll just show now. Oh, so concluding thoughts before I wrap up is the research that we've been undertaking has revealed that big data machine learning can provide more accurate property modeling results. And we wanted to prove that these modeling techniques are more accurate than traditional spatial statistical techniques. Property digital twin models offer potential to further improve our understanding of property and land valuation dynamics. So using these visualization platforms, like I've shown in the YGF platform, we can start to then have a deep dive into our whole city and the sort of valuation dimensions and dynamics that are occurring. And finally, the combination of spatial data with urban models and machine learning offers much promise for understanding property dynamics and our changing cities as we look at being able to explore those what if scenarios. What if we have climate change impact on our cities? What if we have population growth and further densification of our cities? And trying to then provide that advice and support to senior levels of government so they can plan more livable, productive, sustainable and resilient cities. So thank you for this invitation to present to you all. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Awesome. Thank you for that interesting lecture. We have some questions in the chat here. I would like to read out to you. So someone's asked, the current property market is so hot. 20-30% price increase looks very crazy. So many people, especially the young people, are giving up on the hopes of owning a house. Do you expect this current trend to still keep continuing? Any other alternative measures to solve this crazy rise in the price?
Very good question. I think that there is moves afoot, at least in Australia, to through our regulatory environment to change the requirements for loans. I think what we've seen, what's driven a lot of this is globally the price of money has been very cheap, and so people now are able to get much bigger loans, and that has then triggered this property price increase globally. And I think people also are a lot more focused on what they're doing at home because there's less travel. So their home has become even more important to them than what it was previously, where people might, have a home, but they spend a lot of time traveling. So I think there are moves afoot to put the brakes on. Look, everyone has their crystal ball, but I think we probably pretty much close to the peak of this property boom. I think what will be interesting to watch is what happens globally with what's happening, particularly in China, with some of the big property companies, where there is potentially amidst a collapse of one or more big property companies worth, hundreds of billions of dollars. Now, if that actually happens, it's expected to have huge ripples and effects across the entire globe in the property market, just like what happened in the United States about 10 years ago, where they had their sort of housing market crash. It had global reverberation. So that is one to watch. But I think traditionally property prices they have a tendency to sort of go up, and then they plateau for a while, and then they might come down for a bit. But I think in the context of those cities and countries where we still got growth, if you look at basic economics, supply and demand, if those cities are growing, the property prices in the long term will continue. They won't go down. So those areas where you might have the Rust Belt in the United States, where it used to be the old car manufacturing areas, like Detroit, if cities are in decline, then property prices are in decline. So I think there's a connection there of population.
Thank you for that answer. There's another question on how good is the security for the cloud system?
Oh, that's a good question. The whole cybersecurity side of things is something that we take quite seriously. So our server is set up on AWS, which is managed. There's a number of security protocols that our IT services at the university put around this platform. I'm not a cybersecurity person. I just know that those protocols are in place. But it is always an ongoing issue with any of these digital platforms. How cyber secure are they? But there's a number of measures that we put in place to protect the privacy of the data and the commercial sensitivity of the data.
Thank you. Just the last question. You elaborated on the advantages of implementing AI model in cities. Is there any dark sides to this technology? So misuse, any potential misuse?
There are plenty of possibilities of misuse, and I guess that is probably a presentation in its own right. I'm about to go to a meeting in half an hour with the whole New South Wales government to talk about the future of AI across government. Look, I think the ethical use of AI is a huge topic and a huge consideration, because it can be very pervasive technology. If used to its full extent. And we are seeing that in parts of the world where the sort of the levels of detail and databases on individual people is extraordinary, and potentially real time with facial recognition and cameras. So I think that there's a number of institutes that have been set up around the world to look at the ethical use of AI, and it is something that we all need to be very, very mindful of. As now our private data is potentially more compromisable. So there are opportunities, but there are a lot of concerns that and critical thinking and ethics that we need to factor in with AI and embedding that in our cities and everyday life.
Thank you for your answer. I'm just hoping myself this system can be applied quickly so I can have a home with an accurate price. So thank you for your lecture, Mr. Petit. Now we'll move on to the second plenary lecture.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the second lecture will be delivered by Dr. Ho Sok An from the University of Auckland in New Zealand. Dr. An completed the PhD degree in electrical engineering and computer science from Seoul National University and worked in Korea and Japan prior to arriving in New Zealand in 2015. Dr. An's research interests include social robots, healthcare robots, and agricultural robots working in real world. He has received many awards, including 29 awards from robotics competition, such as Intelligent Robot Competition and FIRA, which is Federation of International Robot Sports Association, and in Robot Soccer Championships. I introduce a true robot man to you, and let us learn how robot system is created to assist in the horticulture industry of New Zealand. Again, we'll have a quick Q&A session at the end. So you are welcome to type your question in the chat during the Zoom, and it will be answered later. Thank you, Dr. An.
Thank you for introducing. It's my honor to present my research today here. I'm Ho Sok An from the University of Auckland, New Zealand. Today, I'm gonna briefly show you what we are doing in our group cares, focusing on the agricultural robot systems. This is a CARES group. Here we have the director, Professor Bruce McDonald. I'm deputy director of the CARES group. Here we are the multidisciplinary group working together with around 20 academics, including robotic engineers, mechatronics, image processing, speech processing, software engineering, as well as the staff from the medical school, pharmacy, nursing, and gerontology as well. We have some business people in our group as well, and working on the commercialization of our all research outputs. We have around 150 members, including 20 academics and postdoc and the PhD students. This is the work streams of our CARES group, Center for Automation and Robotic Engineering Science. So we have two core technology work streams. Work stream 5 and 6 are for the core technology for the robotics hardware and the software. Using the core technologies, we are focusing on 3 application domains, which are work stream 1 to 3. So assistive healthcare, robot in agriculture, and human robot interaction. All the outputs from our research are focusing on the commercialized by our commercialization team called as Uni Services, and we are all working together in all different robot systems. Today, I'm gonna focusing on the second half of our research, which is robots in agriculture. And before we going there, I'm gonna show you a brief research is what we are doing as another half of our research, focusing on the assistive healthcare and the human robot interaction. So we are developing the total healthcare robot systems, which is a smart health bots. So we use all different type of robot systems for the independent living for elderly people, as well as nursing places, rest home, using the different type of robot systems. And they are all helping the elderly people and the patient who has some specific problems in the independent living, as well as the rest home environment, and all the interaction histories, as well as the medical histories are all recorded to the medical server. So the medical specialists and the caregivers can help them, and it also diagnoses some specific issues. For example, having really high blood pressures, or they are not having the medication regularly or exercises, they should do that. Then the medical specialists and caregivers contact them individually and help them. Even when they are visiting the hospital, so our receptionist robot can help them to check the appointment and consulting, as well as guiding where they should do and go and what they should do. And in between there, our guide robot can bring them to some specific places. So it's quite easy for the patient or visitors to move around in the hospital environment. Also, if they have some delivery stop or heavy stop, then our delivery robot can help them. Of course, our delivery robot can help to move deliver some food, linens, or the lab samples, like blood samples, to the specific department for checking it secure, and everything are all secured. Our nurse bot is helping to measure their vital signs, or for example, blood pressure, or has the oxygen levels, blood oxygen levels per se, that can stop that before the medical doctors are consulting the patient, and we do simple consulting as well. And all the records are also updated to the medical server that can be helpful to the consultation from the medical specialist. Yeah. I'm gonna show you some videos that we did related to the healthcare system here. And as you see that we are developing all different robot systems which can work in real world application actually. So we developed all different robot systems. For the top left video shows our testing of 30 different robot systems for the patient who has the COPD problem, which is a breathing problem. So and we are working all together with the facilities managers, stakeholders, and the academics from different faculties, like the medical school or engineering. And the patient can use the robot for getting some reminding or information and measuring their vital signs, taking the medicines without any human help. And the top right video shows the delivery robot system that delivers some food and linens and lab samples in the real environment. The two bottom videos shows the robots for the independent living. The left video is the dementia caring robot. So it helps the dementia people to preventing supporting the interactive game playing that preventing the progress of the dementia. And the right video shows the medication reminding, and step by step they can follow the instruction from the robot. For these ones, we need some human robot interaction skills, because our robot is working with the real human here in their environment. So we developed all different type of the human robot interaction skills. The top left video shows the hospital receptionist robot that interact with the visitor and the patient. So it check the appointment and let them know where they should go for the next step. And we can also use here different machine learning techniques, for example, speech recognition, face recognition, and motion understanding, of course. as well as the navigation. The top right video shows the different type of the robot system that looks like a human face. So we are using around 30 motors and the circuit board inside of the head, which is same size of a real human. So this is the world first mobile version of the Android robot system. So we use this robot as a interactive receptionist robot with emotional expressions. The bottom left video shows our guide robot system that guide the visitor and the patient where they should go while they are traveling together. It can also introduce facilities where the purpose of the rooms or the facilities, the functions they can use, especially our guide robot can control the door systems with the security system as well in the building system. So it can open the doors autonomously without just using the robot arm system, which is quite dangerous and expensive ones in the human environment. So, and also it controls the elevators as well. Yeah. So it helps the people to move around the building inside the building. And here, of course, we are using the autonomous navigation system, indoor navigation system. The bottom right video shows our motion, one of the case study of our motion understanding. Especially this video shows the sign language understanding. In the hospital environment, actually, we have some patient who has some problems on the verbal communications, and this kind of sign language and understanding is quite necessary in our environment. And now we are developing a special type of the special version of the sign language understanding for different languages and countries. Probably I can if I have some more another opportunity to explain in different in the next conferences, probably I can go for the individual studies here. But today I'm gonna move on to the second half of the my research, which is agricultural robot, where we are focusing on in this presentation. So we are doing an agricultural robot system developing with the industry partners based on our core technologies. And this is more closer to our commercialization actually. So I'm gonna show you some videos what we are doing here. So we are developing, we developed the robot system working in the horticulture area, focusing on the kiwi orchard. So we are picking the robot, the kiwis, of course, in the flower season, and in the flower season we shot the pollens instead of the human workers to the flowers. Here we need a special skills for the target detection and understanding the tree position calculations. And also these robot systems are all fully autonomous. So we need a mobile robot system that can autonomously moving around in the outdoor environment. So we are using the multi-sensing systems for the autonomous navigation. And I'm gonna explain one by one here from now. So we started our agricultural robot system research by with the funding from the New Zealand government, MBIE, from 2014. Actually, before 2014, we did a preliminary study with the industry partners for 3 years. We started a bigger project, bigger funded project with a bigger team from 2014 to develop the orchard robot system. As you see, we are working with different partners, industry partners, as the research partners. The University of Auckland is take the key roles in this community consortium. So we are doing the vision processing, autonomous navigation, and the system integration. The University of Waikato focused on designing the grippers and control, and plant and food research focused on the nozzle design for sprayer. And the Robotics Plus is the industry partner. They are developing the autonomous vehicle here. And now Robotics Plus got the funding from Yamaha, the Japanese company, for commercializing this solution. This video shows a good summary of our research. So we have two different type of orchard system. This is the kiwi fruit orchard, which we have a canopy on the top of the orchard, which is similar environment with the vine industry. Here we are developing the multi robot arm system, which is a robot picker with the camera systems. In the flu season, we put the multiple robot arms on the autonomous speaker here and pick the flutes like this. Okay. Here we should consider how to prevent the collisions between the multi-arm systems here. We did a field trial every year for around 4 years, actually. And we can pick the flutes reasonably well. And this one shows the autonomous robot vehicle that has the robot pollinator. So as you see, we have two boom pollinators, which can be, as she goes up and down here, on the top of the robot here. And our stereo camera system detect the targets, and which is kiwi fruit flowers, and shoot the pollens. Actually, we are shooting the water drops, including the pollens, and shot the center of the flower while it's moving forward. Actually, we tested this one with different speed rates. Actually, so 2.5 kilometers per hour is quite fast speed. Here we did another trial focusing on different target, which is apple fruit. It's quite different environment from the kiwi fruit orchard. It doesn't have any canopy on the top of the orchard. Also, we are using the different ND effector, using the suction, because the apple is different from the kiwi fruit. It can be easily damaged, so we use the suction instead of the robot clipper. We started this project with the need from the stakeholders, because the season we have lack of the seasonal workers, and it's quite difficult to manage them, even their cost is too high. But the the quality checking is quite difficult, because they are seasonal workers. The flu season just go less than 4 weeks. The flu season goes around 4 to 6 weeks maximum. And in between the flower and fruit seasons, we have 3-4 months. But no seasonal workers are staying waiting for the fruit season after they are doing the pollination. So it's quite difficult for the orchard owners to managing the quality of the grain. Really? So that's the reason why we need robot systems here. This is the autonomous navigation. We use multi-sensor system using different sensors, IR scanner, and multi-channel LiDAR system, and the stereo vision systems. As you see, the orchard environment is quite unique. As you see, it's quite difficult to find the road and passes for the robot system. As you see, if you see the front side, and that can be a path, but if you see the left side or right side, there can be another pathways. So we need a special road following skills here for the navigation. That's the reason why we use multi-sensing systems here. This is an autonomous robot system with our sensing technology. So left video shows our testing platform. Why we use this testing platform until we developing our main platform, which is showing in the right side of the videos. It took around for the first 1.5 years of this project, while we are developing our main platform, we use the Clear Path Server as a testing platform with the different sensors on it. And then when we have the main platform we developed, we attach the same sensors on the robot system, and we tested autonomous navigation. Here, as you see, it's quite difficult to find the pathways because we have only long trunks and the orchard there with the canopy. Another challenge here was the camera system. So as you know, it's quite difficult to find the stereo camera which is robust enough in the outdoor environment. So we developed our own stereo camera system by combining different combination of lens and cameras, and focusing. We consider the target environment here, which has 800 millimeters as a walking distance with a plus minus 200 millimeters range here. And also we use a multi-stereo camera system for covering wider range of the orchard environment. Here we use different techniques for target detections. Here this slide shows the kiwi flower detection. We tested the different vision processing algorithms from the traditional ways to the latest neural network models. So as you see, all the flowers are clustered. So just with the traditional ways, we can detect the targets, but it's quite difficult to separate the individual targets. Even it's quite sensitive to the illumination, so it cannot find all the targets that you see on the most left image here at the corner of the image. Even we cannot find the targets even they are here. So we used the different machine learning models here, and finally we developed the deep learning model, which has good performance with nearly 1 F1 scores and good processing time, 20 frames per second for the higher resolution images. For the kiwi flute detection, we also tested different machine learning algorithms. Here, it's quite deep. The kiwi flute detection is more difficult than the flower detection. Actually, everything's are hanging down here, but they are all clusters. So, and here the purpose of the kiwi flute detection is the finding for picking the flutes, and there recognizing where they are facing to is quite important actually. So because they are clusters, so they are just next to each other. So so we should approach the target by considering their direction where they are facing to. So in the right video, right B image shows the two different colors images, the boxes here. The red one is the body of the target, which is a key flute. That the blue box shows the K looks, which is a clue for calculating the direction of the kiwi flute. So and we finally developed the target detection algorithm, which has good F1 score as well here. And this is a result of the target detection, which is a kiwi flute detection. We recorded this video in the field on the robot, and we tested this one in the lab here, and we can find all different targets here. Actually, the targets are hanging down, which means which gives us a more the challenging mission because our cameras should be facing up. It means we should fight with the sunshines, and that gives us different illumination conditions. So we capture all different data set and different weather condition and different time of the days even at the night. And we can finally detect quite dark images in real time. And it's not enough actually. We have another challenging mission, which is calculating the 3D position of the target. So based on the detection in the 2D images, we should find which is which from two different 2D images in real time and calculate the 3D position. And I'm gonna show you the final field trial video here. So this is a video in the field. So the top video shows the left camera image, and the bottom image shows the right side image. So which is which are all coming from the stereo camera. And here in real time, while the robot is moving forward, we should find all the targets in real time. As you see the red boxes in each images, you can find the targets. And then we did a stereo matching and calculate the 3D position, which is now shown in the right side simulation here. The green balls are showing the calculated 3D position, target position, and it changes to the blue color, which means it's shot. So here we are controlling the spray and nozzles to shot the water drops, including the pollens. So here we should shot the pollen water drops before it is just reaching above up to the spray nozzle, because we should consider the travel time for the water drops between the spray nozzle and the target. Even we should consider the robot speed here. So we should calculate the trajectory of the individual spray the water drops. It's quite challenging mission in the real world. Okay. And then for this one, we did a simulation of the pollination by working with the physics department at our university. And this is a video of the pollination field test. So as you see, our robot can approach to the orchard, and by controlling the navigation bar, the moving nozzle bar, for avoiding the collisions, actually, and shoot the targets. Yeah. For the flood detection, we developed the robot arm system, but they should work with the stereo camera here. So we have another challenge to coordinate between the robot arm space coordination and the camera coordinations. And even their range is quite different. So we need to consider the hand-eye coordination here. And then we also use robot arm system for picking and increasing the range of the orchard picking. So we consider that one as well. Before we joined the field trial, we did a stress test in lab for controlling the robot arm overnight. And this video shows different lab tests, which is checking the accuracy of our controls. As you see, our arm system can pointing the accurate position, X and XYZ in coordination, and pick the fake targets here as well. With this testing, we did a field trial, which is a single arm testing. This is the early version of our gripper, and it can pick the real kiwi fruits here. And this is a multi-robot arm system, can be used in the harvesting in real world. And this is a field test with the maximum speed, so which is not perfect enough, but quite reasonably good, actually. So as you see, all the multi-robot arm systems can pick the targets in real world by avoiding the collisions between the robot arm systems. Based on our study, we started the second phase of our research, which is also funded by the government, New Zealand government, and we are halfway through this second phase. Here we are focusing on different targets, wide range of the targets, grape for the pruning, apple for thinning and harvesting, blueberry for harvesting. And here we are applying the novel technologies, which is a teaching and learning system using VR system. So robots should learn from the human professionals where they should cut for the pruning and thinning, and how to pick the targets and which one they should put, which one they should harvest. And when the robot learns how to do that, then robot can teach the beginners as well. This is field trial for the depth camera mapping. So we capture the orchard image here using the 3D cameras. And then we can do the 3D reconstruction here. And we separate the branches and trunks from the background, for example, the field and the noise and the wires. So as you see, we can see we can see the captured image in the 3D environment here, and we can separate all the branches here that allow us to schedule how to do the pruning and thinning of the individual branches. And for the cutting mechanism, we did also lab test before we do the field trial. So this is a motion planning of the robot cutter. And we apply this technique to the real world environment here. And actually, we changed the robot end effector for cutting. So as you see, our end effector can cut the branches for pruning the vines. And for the VR training, I'm gonna show you on video here. This is the video shows our VR system for training. So you can select some menus for which version you're gonna use, and there's an instruction given. We use the Oculus for the VR system here. So as you see, you can do the training for cutting the branches, for thinning, pruning here. So actually the pruning and thinning is quite sensitive to the orchard owners. Once you just damage on the trees, then they just fail on their 3-4 years the farming. So we need enough trainings before we do the actual thinning and pruning here, actually. And we tested the blueberry harvesting, which is the in-lab testing using the images captured in real world, and then we apply this algorithm in field, and we can see that we can find detect the targets in real world, which is synchronized to our system here. And for the picking, we also did the in-lab testing here before we apply this one in the field. And then we picked the blueberries, which is just 1-2 centimeter diameter. And as you see, we are just picking the target which is ripened enough. So you can see quite dark purple colors one instead of just the red one, which is unripe, actually. And this needs quite precision controls in real world. So I conclude my presentation. So today I introduce what we are, who we are, and what we are doing, focusing on different applications today. Yeah, so thank you very much for inviting me to this nice event. It's my honor to present and share my works. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. An. That was very wonderful, but also a little bit scary at the same time that robots can replace humans in a field when it's traditionally a human job. And I think the audience also has similar views to that. We have two questions, I think, that can be answered together. It says, firstly, very interesting lecture. What kind of labor force could be replaced by this healthcare robot? What human role can survive the future in health industry? And also, as you know, Korea, Australia, and New Zealand see AI and robotic field as like a national economic engine for the future. And so the investment is huge. How do you think about the concerns of AI and robotics rapidly replacing many human jobs, like a farmer?
Okay. Yeah, actually, it's a quite good question. Many people are worrying about this situation that robots can take their jobs actually, but I think it's there are actually everything has pros and cons, and we can use this situation as a benefit of our life actually. Like around 20 years ago when actually there was a human operator between when we are doing the telephone phone call, there was a human operator that connect between the caller and the receiver. But nowadays we don't need that kind of job. So at that time, probably some people may worry about the job losing of the human operator between the sender and the caller and receiver. Like that, we can, instead of that, the people can be a major level managing all different technologies between the sender and receiver. For example, checking the latency or quality of the calling stop. So I think this is a kind of movement of a jobs. So robot can take some difficult jobs. For example, the robot picking fruits are quite difficult and quite tough jobs for human usually. So that kind of jobs can done by robots, and instead of that, the human workers can monitor how the robot can walk, where, and just control differently. I think we, of course, we need kind of a new education systems for the workers, but it can, I think, overall we can improve our quality of lives using this kind of technologies.
So as much as the robots advance, us humans should advance into possibly different fields as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for that presentation, Dr. An. So now we'll have a short break until 11:30 Sydney time. At 11:30, please be back here. We'll have the presentations from the country representatives on their country of residence. Thank you. We'll see you at 11:30. Hello, welcome back everyone. So from the last session, Dr. An has kindly answered some of your questions that was asked on the Zoom chat. So if you've asked a question to Dr. An, please check the chat. So now we'll move on to the country presentation. We have here 3 young generation foreign participants, Australia, Korea, and New Zealand, have prepared presentation on the country of their residence for you. Going by the alphabetical order, let's begin with Australia. Hamda Bin, student studying computer science engineering at the University of New South Wales, will share his presentation with Jefferson Law from the same university. Let's welcome Hamda Bin and Jefferson.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our presentation of Australia in 2021. I hope this isn't too early in the morning for some of us, but please sit back and enjoy. If there are any questions, we'll try our best to answer at the end of the presentation. First of all, my name is Dab, or Dabin, or Dab for short, and I am currently a second-year student for a Bachelor of Computer Science degree at University of New South Wales in Sydney, Australia.
Sorry, I didn't know I was mute. Hello, my name is Jefferson, and I'm also a second-year student at UNSW studying computer science.
Before we get into the meat of the presentation, here's a fact about Australia as a country. Most people think that Australian culture is quite young. However, Australia's culture is actually the world's oldest continuing culture in the world. The indigenous Aboriginal Australian culture is around 80,000 years old. For comparison, the American culture is only about 245 years old. Aboriginal Australian culture is holistic, as it is defined by the people's connections to family, community, and the land, both organisms and the natural landscape. There has been some challenges since the addition of modern Australian culture, but Australia as a whole has strived to improve and overcome these challenges together as a whole. Now, here are some basic facts about Australia. Most people get this wrong, but our capital city is actually Canberra, not Sydney. Australia is actually the world's largest island, even though it's technically is a continent. As you can see, it is much bigger than South Korea and New Zealand when comparing the area of the land. Our national animal is a world-famous red kangaroo, and as most of you guys already know, they can grow quite big and buff. Other than kangaroos, Australia is home to other unique animals such as the koalas, wombats, platypus, and emu. Most of these unique animals classify as marsupials, which refer to a mammal whose members are born incompletely developed and are matured inside a pouch on the mother's belly. Thus, female kangaroos, koalas, and wombats all have a pouch for their young ones. A breakdown of Australia and its massive land consists of 6 states and 2 territories. The 6 states include New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland, South Australia, Western Australia, Tasmania, and the 2 territories include Australian Capital Territory, or ACT, which is inside New South Wales, and Northern Territory. New South Wales is famous for Sydney and its Sydney Opera House, the Harbour Bridge, and Bondi Beach, which probably are on the list of most tourists that come to Australia. Victoria is named the cultural capital of Australia due to its vast fashion boutiques, amazing cafes, and the famous Hoysia Lane graffiti as shown in the 3rd picture. Queensland is home to the world's most extensive subtropical landscapes, including the world-famous Great Barrier Reef, along with Fraser Island or K'gari and the Sunshine Coast, which are also listed for holiday destinations amongst Australians. South Australia is referred to as a festival state, holding multiple festivals throughout the year. However, it also has beautiful natural landscapes that also bring tourists around. Western Australia is home to the world-famous pink lake, the Lake Helia. Why is it pink? It is assumed due to the presence of Dunalia salina, a halophil green microalgae. Other than the lake, Western Australia also has various wondrous sceneries that are unique to Australia. Tasmania is an island state that is divided by the Bass Strait. It is most famous for the now extinct Tasmanian tiger, our native carnivorous marsupial. ACT is where our capital city, Canberra, is located. The Parliament House, Australian War Memorial, and the National Gallery of Australia is the most popular destinations for tourism in ACT. Lastly, Northern Territory has Uluru, the world's largest monolith rock, which Australia is also famous for. Other than its desert landscape, Northern Territory also has the enormous nature reserve Kakadu National Park, which is home to some 2,000 flora and fauna Australian species. This is the end of our natural and cultural fun facts of Australia. I will now hand over to Jefferson, who will give an overview of scientific and technological achievements of Australia.
Thanks, Tab. When I think about technology, I see Samsung, Apple, Google, Microsoft, all of which aren't from Australia. But surprisingly, Australia has made some cool inventions, and I definitely take this for granted. Initially, I didn't see Australia as a country that makes innovative creations, but let these change your mind. Here are some of our inventions. The electronic pacemaker, device to help people with heart conditions. Black box flight recorder, investigate plane accidents. Ultrasound scanner, popularly used in medical field. Wi-Fi. Funnily enough, the creation of Wi-Fi was accidentally found by John O'Sullivan when researching about black holes. And although we invented Wi-Fi, our Wi-Fi speed is only ranked 61 in the world. Spray on skin, treatment for burns, and so on. We also received awards for our finds and inventions. Howard Florey, in 1945, discovery of penicillin. Macfarlane Burnet, 1960, discovery of acquired immunological tolerance. Brian Schmidt in 2011 for findings on the accelerating expansion of the universe. Australia is also a place that produces young, successful entrepreneurs with many startup companies. You may have heard. Canva is an online graphic design tool that helps create and publish your ideas, whether that's web pages, presentations, or logos. Canva started from its three founders, Melanie Perkins, Cameron Adams, and Cliff Albrecht in 2012, and expanded to 2,000 employees and has gone international, having offices in Manila and Beijing, as well as their Sydney headquarters. Today, Canva is worth 40 billion USD. Afterpay is another startup company, and it brings a buy now and pay later service, which acts similar to a credit card, where you shop for things you want and pay later through installments with no interest. This company has blown up and operates overseas in Canada, the UK, the US, and New Zealand. In early 2020, there were 7.3 million users. And lastly, Atlassian. Atlassian is a software development company that has a big range of products that revolve around project building, from planning, tracking, managing. Atlassian has it all. Atlassian has also had the opportunity to work with bigger companies like Tesla on SpaceX. This signifies a growth from the little company they had in Australia. These are just some things about Australia, and I hope you enjoyed our presentation, and hopefully one day you can experience Australia for yourself. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you for that lovely presentation on Australia. The next presentation will be from the Korean representative, Song Seung-ho, studying natural science at Sejong University, Sejong대학교 in Seoul.
Good morning, my name is Seung-ho Song, who participated in the 2021 YGF Forum as a Korean participant. It's an honor to participate in YGF. In this time, I will introduce what kind of country is Korea in 2021 and the science and technology that represent Korea in 2021. Let me introduce myself. My name is Song Seung-ho in Korean, and I'm about to graduate my university Department of Chemistry. I belong to the ROTC, a training course for officers in the Republic of Korean Army. And this summer, I completed the airborne training that was given to the top 3%. And this is my certificate of qualification for airborne basic course. And upon graduation, I'm commissioned as an army officer and served in the military for approximately 2 years. First of all, I will explain the location of Korea. Korea is a peninsula in the eastern part of Asia, surrounded by China, Japan, and North Korea. The top is North Korea, and the bottom is South Korea. Korea is located in Northern Hemisphere and has 4 seasons. But the division of the season is not clear recently. The population is about 51 million, and as a democratic country, there are no religious restrictions. We use Korean as our language, and the currency is Korean won. As a Korean tradition, tiled buildings such as Gyeongbokgung and Hanbok 태극 patterns are also used frequently today. Taekwondo and Taekyeon remain as traditional martial arts that have been passed down from our ancestors. The plays in the Squid Games are also plays that have been played a lot in Korea since the past. For example, 무궁화 꽃이 피었습니다 and 구슬치기 are unique Korean games that all Koreans must have played when they were young. Traditional Korean food includes kimchi, soybean paste, bulgogi, bibimbap, 식혜, and hanggwa. These are preferred food to this day, and it is also popular with foreigners. Korea has a developed alcohol culture, so there were many people who drank until late at night before the outbreak of COVID-19. ITZY and NCT, including BTS, which tops the Billboard charts in the 2021, are leading K-pop and gaining worldwide fame. Thanks to Korean idols, K-pop was introduced to and Korea became popular around the world. Also, Korean dramas are very popular abroad. There are also many sports stars in Korea. Korea also won gold medals in archery, fencing, and gymnastics at the 2020 Tokyo Olympic held in 2021. In addition, Korea has world-class sports stars in various sports such as volleyball, swimming, shooting, football, and taekwondo. Korea has third lowest number of infections per population among OECD countries after Australia and New Zealand. In addition, we conducted a drive-through clinic to inform the power of K-disinfection and developed the world's first portable negative pressure isolation room to solve the problem of room shortage. In this way, our country is overcoming the COVID-19 virus with the interest of all the people. From this page, I will talk about the science and technology in Korea. The following 3 technologies are representative of Korea. First, semiconductors are indispensable in modern times and important component in almost all electronic products. Samsung, which is famous for its Galaxy series, and SK Hynix are also Korea's famous semiconductor technology companies. Second, batteries are also essential for electronic products. As electronic vehicles are commercialized, battery demand is increasing. As close to us, batteries rarely explode. However, to reduce such accidents, it is important to increase energy efficiency and stability. Third, the shipbuilding industry is a technology possessed by Korea, which has been famous all over the world since the past. The fact that Korea companies have been manufacturing and exporting ships from the past proves that Korea's technology is the best. As you know, semiconductor industry, which is Korea's leading IT technology industry, is famous all over the world. Semiconductors are largely divided into memory semiconductors and non-memory semiconductors. As of 2021, Samsung Electronics and SK Hynix took the first and second place in the world share of memory semiconductors. Respectively, they boast superiority in technology over Micron of the United States. In the non-memory semiconductor market, Taiwan's TSMC ranks first and Korea's Samsung Electronics rank second. Samsung Electronics is a global semiconductor company with a high share of memory semiconductors and non-memory semiconductor foundries. Also, Samsung Electronics is proud of being the world's best IT company representing Korea that also produces smartphones and home appliances. Samsung and SK are increasing their scale by expanding factories not only in the United States, but also around the world despite the COVID-19 situation. Both companies are also developing algorithms to improve semiconductor performance, and we can expect to see the world-class companies that continues to develop in the future. LG Energy Solution and Samsung SDI and SK Innovation are expanding the global battery territory through alliance with domestic and foreign automakers. They supply batteries to customers such as Hyundai, Kia, Tesla, Audi, Porsche, and Ford. Look at this battery market share graph. South Korea's three battery companies are behind in terms of market share, but are showing tremendous growth. These battery companies are also rushing through develop next generation batteries, such as all solid state batteries, and plan to maintain their leadership in the market. As technology advances and environmental problems around the world become more serious, Korean battery companies are making eco-friendly developments. In particular, as the demand for electric vehicles increases, we continuously conducting battery R&D. In the past, Korea imported ready-made products, assembles them, and export them. From 2019, Korea imported materials and equipped all manufacturing technologies with its own technology. Since then, Korea has achieved international competitiveness by perfecting localization. Lithium-ion batteries include cathode materials, anode materials, separators, and electrolytes. Those are lithium-ion batteries components. In order to secure high ionic conductivity, it is important to combine a cyclic carbonate with high solubility in salts and a chain carbonate with low viscosity. In addition, it must have low chemical reactive to utilize as a solvent. Since lithium reacts rapidly when it comes to contact with water, use a solvent that does not react with water as a solvent for the electrolyte. Korean shipbuilders manufactured LPG and LNG carriers, container ships, creating the largest ever in the history of shipbuilding industry in 2021. When building a ship, it is made by attaching large mega blocks together, but there is a limit to making it an automated system. Also, the reason is because it should be made according to the purpose of the ship and which route is mainly used. Therefore, large ships are sophisticated, designed, and assembled by people rather than being built in factories. In the past, Chinese shipbuilders took the first place in market share by receiving more orders than Korea, but Korea took the first place again due to the quality problems. This year, more than 52% of ships ordered were taken by Korea. Historically, Korea's shipbuilding technology has been recognized, and recently, it has won many orders for eco-friendly ships. Based on these technologies described above, the Republic of Korea will develop more and more. As not all Korean science and technology are the best, there are many areas for further learning and development. I hope that world-class technologies will be born and developed in Korea in various fields such as VR, aerospace technology, drones, and medical science. I will become a scientist who research world-class science and technology that will greatly benefit mankind. Thank you.
Thank you for that comprehensive presentation on Korea. Now I invite New Zealand representative to present you the PowerPoint on New Zealand. Also our students studying pharmacy at Otago University.
Can everyone see the slide? And is the volume okay?
Yep, you're good.
Thank you. So kia ora, ko soa toku ingoa no o tahi rawa ko o te poti aho, tēnā koutou. Now you're probably wondering, what did she just say? There was one of the two official languages in New Zealand, Te Reo Māori, and the other one is sign language. Then what about English? Fun fact, English is not New Zealand's official language, but it's the predominant language. And don't worry, I'm gonna do everything today in English, so nothing to worry about. And there are so many aspects of New Zealand that I want to introduce to you all today, but due to the limited amount of time, I will mainly touch on history, who are Kiwis, and Kiwis' contribution in education, and especially in science field. And at last, I'm going to be your virtual tour guide after a few minutes, so please stay tuned. The Māori are our indigenous people of New Zealand, and they came here more than 1,000 years ago from their mythical Polynesian homeland of Hawaii. Their history, language, and culture plays a huge integral factor into what it means to be New Zealanders now, also known as Kiwi. Not the fruit, but a flatlets native bird. Many people believe the Maori arrived in New Zealand by accident, but it was actually choice based on knowledge, on which became the greatest voyage of discovery of human history. Despite the myth, studies found the voyagers set out for a land they knew was there, the land of the long white cloud, Aotearoa, also known as New Zealand. They were innovators in the way they launched their waka across the Pacific Ocean, guided by stars, wind, waves, following the pathways of birds and sea creatures around them. This was the starting point leading to a larger vision of science, Matauranga, created by our land of voyagers. More than 500 years later, Captain Cook followed Cook's first Polynesian to discover the islands of New Zealand, guided by a Pacific navigator, and after this, more ships arrived from around the world. New Zealand is a land of immigrants from all over the world, as shown on the chart, and calling ourselves a team of 5 million. Uniting us as a big whānau also means family. The meaning of family Maori encompasses a much broader context, as we all call ourselves whānau who came together for a same purpose. Following the footsteps of our ancestors are so many innovators in New Zealand contributing in various areas, not only in science and medicines, but also other fields. We will be all familiar with Ernest Rutherford, the New Zealand-born British physicist who became the father of nuclear physics, Peter Jackson, film director of Lord of the Rings, Edmund Hillary, first person to climb Mount Everest, Lord the singer, and Jacinda Ardern, our current Prime Minister. We also have a good reputation in sports such as yacht racing, cricket, and rugby. You can especially see where the skill from yacht racing is coming from. The America's Cup yacht itself is designed and inspired on the science behind waka that guided our ancestors. The Great Emirates team, New Zealand, they developed a world-class yacht which has achieved great success in the America's Cup. So I believe New Zealand is one of those places where people have made a powerful image for themselves. New Zealand also put great focus on the education, science, and technology fields as well. As a person who has experienced the education systems in both Korea and New Zealand, there's a huge difference when it comes to choosing subjects, area you're interested in. New Zealand gives options and flexibility early on, whereas Korea's education tends to be described as competitive. Personally, I believe that gives New Zealanders more strengths in their field of study or interest by giving them choice earlier in their life. Education in New Zealand also not as competitive as in Korea to get into universities, and each university has its unique reputation, including arts, agriculture, sciences, commerce, engineering, and health sciences. The strong reputation of New Zealand universities is the key reason why 93% of our international university students chose to study in New Zealand. And this is where all the valuable research has been established and the government has put lots of investment. Agricultural, biological sciences, and environmental science are far more prominent in New Zealand's research publication output than in the OECD as a whole. Most New Zealand authored publications were in the fields of medicine, 33% of total New Zealand publications, agriculture and biological sciences, which are 21%, biochemistry, genetics, and molecular biology, 15%, and environment science, 11%. These publications by New Zealand researchers appear to have an increasing international impact. Furthermore, the government's decision based on science such as genomics and immunology has been one of the keys to the success of its COVID elimination and control strategy rather than based on popular politics. Currently, our vaccination rate is significantly increasing with government strict decisions, and as you can see on the numbers, 82% of eligible population with 1 dose and 58% eligible population with 2 doses. Now I'll just move on more exciting part and show you guys beautiful places in New Zealand. And starting with North Island, we have Wellington as our capital city with our iconic New Zealand Parliament building beehive. And as you can see in the second photo, we have major city in North Island, Auckland, and in the center we have Sky Tower. Also, if you guys seen any Hobbit or Lord of the Rings, this is the place you must go. Hobbiton movie set, significant location used for the Lord of the Rings film and the Hobbit film. And lastly, Capriana and 90 Mile Beach, which located far north of the North Island, which is on the tip of the north, and it's about 88 kilometers. Moving down to south, we have Christchurch, which is the largest city in New Zealand, and which is constantly evolving with various attractions. And second photo is Dunedin, and this is where I'm studying at the moment, and it's known to be a student town with large student population. And other fun fact, it has world's steepest street called Baldwin Street, and if you're interested, feel free to go and check it out. Milford Sound, which is rainforest and waterfalls, and it is a home for seal colonies, penguins, and dolphins, with lots of other marine lives. And Lake Tekapo is well known for turquoise Kola River, and it has beautiful night sky views. And lastly, Aoraki or Mount Cook, which is the highest mountain in New Zealand with beautiful views and glaciers. Thank you very much, and I hope that the current COVID restriction ease and that you have the opportunity to experience all that New Zealand has to offer.
Thank you for that presentation on New Zealand. Now, we would like to show you a video from the recent KASEA community event organized by the New Zealand branch. Dr. Kye Chung Park, the chair of KASEA New Zealand branch, has prepared the video from the Community Science Day held last week.
근데 이 알코올은 그러는 맞아. 이거 마시면 안 돼. 죽지는 않아.
아 이거 뽑으래 뽑았네. 딱 줘. 주식도 줘도 줘.
물 많이 넣어줄 것 같은데. 부족한 사람들은 좀 넣으세요. 아니, 나 처음에 넣어가지고.
야 이게 잠겨야 돼. 이게 잠겨야 돼.
넌 섞인 것 같다.
가방 다시 위에서 한번 봐봐요. 봐볼게요. 더운 물, 빨간 거는? 근데 위로 가네? 이거 일부러 만든 거 아니라 실제로 바다에서 일어나고 있는 일이에요. 이 현상을 아까 뭐라고 한다고 했지? 한국말이라고. 대류 현상이라고 해요, 대류 현상. 이렇게 돌아다니는 거.
우리가 이해 못했잖아. 너가 말이 아닌 말을 해. 정말 스트레스 있는 사실 분석을
노란색이야, 보라색이야.
난 이미 까졌어.
배구 언니랑 세훈이 핸드폰 있어요? 없어요? 다행이다. 있어요?
조금
번째
달래.
색깔,
조금
번째 세
달래.
번째 색깔.
조금 달래.
어떤 거지?
이걸 막 프릭션을 만들어. 그래서 여기가 마이너스가 일자로 치자. 마이너스 이렇게 여기가 갖다 대면 얘가 여기 마이너스니까 여기 이 안에 있는 플러스가 위로 올라가고
머리카락이 잘 되는 것 같아.
제이나 안 되면 내가 손가락 치고 깐다.
정답은 마케라서 외모 세모사를 바로 갈게요. 15번. DNA는 분자 구조적 특성으로 음전화, 마이너스를 띈다. 맞으면 O, 틀리면 X.
Thank you for that video. It's great to see the community getting involved. Now we move on to the showcasing of various research institutes in Australia, Korea, and New Zealand. Firstly, we start off with the Australian National Phenome Centre, ANPC, at Murdoch University in Perth. The work of this centre supports almost every area of bioscience in a more collaborative approach to solve some of the world's most challenging problems. As the centre's expertise is in metabolic phenotyping, the ANPC provides an important new platform for research across the full spectrum of health, food, and the environment. The following video will explain what ANPC does.
A phenome. What is it? Simply put, a phenome is a snapshot of your biology. Everybody has a different phenome that depends on the way genetic factors interact with your lifestyle and environment. The factors that create your phenome are also the things that impact your disease risks. So being able to measure your phenome will enable doctors to develop personalised health treatments in individuals and across populations. The Australian National Phenome Centre's world-leading researchers will use technology to understand the phenomes of our population. This work has the potential to revolutionise the diagnosis, prevention and treatment of conditions like cancer, diabetes, Alzheimer's, autism and obesity. Our Phenome Centre will work with others around the world to analyse phenomes on a mass scale. This level of research is a global game changer for health research and has the potential to unlock the mysteries of the world's health, agricultural and environmental problems. Murdoch University is proud to be leading the Australian National Phenome Centre and creating a healthy future for Western Australia and the world.
That sounds like a very awesome place to work. In the next video, we'll be showcasing CSIRO, which is the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation in the Australian Government. We'll show you the works of CSIRO Brisbane on applications of robotics in CSIRO.
Italy's famous Pisa Tower has never bared its beauty in this way. These pictures were taken with a brand new special kind of scanner. The Zebedee scanner is the brainchild of a team of researchers at Australia's National Science Agency. Using an infrared laser to measure distances, the head of the scanner bounces back and forth, recording millions of points in space. Until recently, creating a detailed 3D image like this of a complex space would have required days of work, but these pictures were generated in less than 10 minutes.
A demining worker hand-clearing a minefield with the most common method, a metal detector and brush. This method results in dozens of workers killed and injured each year. Landmines can also be cleared mechanically, but these machines have changed little since World War II. The machines destroy landmines by brute force, causing severe damage to farmland. These are extremely heavy and difficult to get into and out of theatre. Overall, landmine clearance has always been dull, dirty, and very dangerous work, which makes it perfect for a lightweight, autonomous demining robot, which will autonomously navigate the minefield, spraying safety lane markers, and detect landmines buried at up to 300 millimeters depth, even if the only metal is the tiny firing pin, before destroying the landmine in situ by burning rather than detonating, before removing the debris, all without endangering human life.
Underground mining is fraught with obstacles, big and small, including those such as surfaces, ventilation bags, and even wires and mesh hanging from the brow before you enter the stope. Throughout the test area, in order to give it a couple of different challenges, detecting these obstacles, planning its own path autonomously with our level 2 autonomy system, and choose a new path around it. The other one that we set up further down the tunnel is actually meant to block the path, and HoverMap needs to decide whether it's safe to proceed or whether to abort the mission and return back to the pilot. Emerson's advanced autonomy algorithms enable it to self-navigate during flight, which keeps the drone and equipment safe. Flying beyond visual line of sight, where the operator can't see everything that's happening, it's absolutely critical that the system can take care of itself.
Emerson and Data61 provided a fleet of robots, 3 airborne and 2 ground-based, that worked together to scan the area and identify the location of survivors, scouting for and finding a safe location for the ground control station, enabling an efficient search using ground-based robots to carry UAVs into position for autonomous launch, using multiple unmanned vehicles to autonomously and collaboratively explore and map the site, and create one real-time point cloud map that was streamed to the ground control station. Explore indoor and under canopy with autonomous ground-based robots and drones. Automatically detect, classify, and localize survivors, and produce 3D map coordinates of survivors' locations. Emerson and CSIRO's Data61 demonstrated that a heterogeneous robot fleet controlled by one human operator at a ground control center can conduct search and rescue in disaster zones while reducing the risks for humans.
Thank you for that wonderful showcase. The next institute is 한국생명공학연구원, the Korean Research Institute of Bioscience and Biotechnology, KRIB. Dr. Kye-Chung Park from New Zealand conducts a collaborative research with this institute. We'll now show you the video.
The power to make people smile. The power to make the world a better place. Biotechnology is enriching our lives and upholds the nobility of life. Towards a future of hope, Korea Research Institute of Bioscience and Biotechnology lead us the way. Through continuous research on our nature and human, Korea Research Institute of Bioscience and Biotechnology seeks a better tomorrow and the very essence of biotechnology. Korea Research Institute of Bioscience and Biotechnology, established in 1985, has grown into a world-class research institute through leading innovations in biotechnology, including research and development, novel technologies, and infrastructure support for researchers. Moreover, we contribute to the future of our community with excellent research outcomes. Furthermore, we have published an extensive number of articles in world-renowned journals, like Nature and Cell, as well as a great many novel patents. KRIB has 3 research divisions and 2 business development divisions that perform the role of a stepping stone for the future. National agendas and people's living. Division of Biomedical Research develops new biomedicines and studies on gene editing, disease targets, and personalized genomic medicine. Division of Biomaterials Research focuses on synthetic biology, bio-nanotechnology, plant science, and biomaterials that can be immediately applied to life science industries. Division of Research on National Challenges, which is a new research initiative that KRIB is offering, provides core solutions that are closely related to people's lives, such as infectious disease, aging, and climate and environmental changes. Division of Bioinfrastructure primarily operates for supporting national bioinfrastructure, industry-academic cooperation, and strengthening the international competitiveness of biological resources. Division of Biotechnology Innovation is promoting commercialization of outstanding research achievements and is leading the bioindustry ecosystem by providing technical management support to local life science SMEs. Ochang Branch Institute in Chungbuk Province conducts research and industrialization of medicines based on natural substances and provides primates bioprocessing infrastructure. Jeonbuk Branch Institute in Jeonbuk Province is playing a key role in exploring functional biomaterials, microbial resource, and their practical use. The wider and more prosperous dream, our dreams are invariably open toward the world. Since 1985, CRIB has established vast international cooperation network with over 140 organizations in more than 30 countries worldwide, like National Institutes of Health in the United States, Institute of Physical and Chemical Research of Japan, Overseas Korean Scientists and Engineers Association, and much more. Moreover, we manage overseas biological centers in China, Costa Rica, Indonesia, and Vietnam to globally broaden the boundaries in studying biological resources as a prerequisite step for BT industry. Among the principal agents of life science community in Korea, CRIB has been at the very centered role of gathering academia, research institutes, private enterprises, and hospitals all together. In regards of these efforts, CRIB is hosting large-scale academic and networking events throughout the year. As the sole national institution specializing broad aspects of life science in Korea, we are also fostering life science professionals through University of Science and Technology CRIB School, which is one of the finest examples of academia institutional collaboration. The world is about to face the new era of bioeconomy that has the full potential to not only provide solutions to the four major challenges of humanity: disease, food, environment, and energy, but can also drive economic growth and create new jobs. With our motto, Technology for Life, Our Future, Korea Research Institute of Bioscience and Biotechnology devotes to discover the wonders and mysteries of the nature and human, and to build a better tomorrow.
Thank you for that wonderful showcase. Now we have two videos from 극지연구소 Korea Polar Research Institute (KOPRI) with the Antarctic Cooperation Center located in Christchurch. The first video, which is in Korean, is the Korean Polar Research Institute. It will show you the beautiful nature of the polar regions and how the climate change is affecting these regions as well as other parts of the world. Let's see what KOPRI researchers have to do in these regions.
지구에서 가장 추운 곳, 남극과 북극. 펭귄의 고향이자 북극곰의 사냥터인 극지는 오랫동안 인류와 가장 멀리 떨어진 낯선 세계였습니다. 인간의 손길이 닿기 어려워 자연 그대로의 모습이 가장 잘 남아있는 곳. 하지만 극지는 지금 지구에서 가장 빠르게 변하는 곳이 되었습니다. 점점 더 뜨거워지고 더 많이 녹아내립니다. 우리의 삶도 극지의 변화에 자유롭지 못합니다. 지구 곳곳의 이상기후 현상은 이미 익숙한 이야기가 되었습니다. 극지의 내일은 오늘과 또 다른 모습일 것입니다. 이것이 극지연구소가 지구의 가장 차가운 곳으로 향하는 이유입니다. 여름철 북극바다의 얼음 면적은 점점 더 빠르게 줄고 있습니다. 극지에서 사라진 빙하의 양도 증가하고 있습니다. 바다로 흘러들어간 빙하는 해수면을 상승시키고 인류가 가꾸어 놓은 삶의 터전을 위협하고 있습니다. 우리는 빙하를 추적하며 지구온난화로 줄어드는 남극의 빙하가 눈까지 적게 내리며 더 빨리 감소하고 있다는 것을 밝혀냈고, 빙하가 어느 방향으로 움직이는지 파악하기 위해 남극 빙하 아래 지형도를 그렸습니다. 얼음이 사라지면서 북극 바다는 더 많은 태양열을 품게 됐고, 따뜻해진 바닷물이 얼음을 더 빨리 녹이는 악순환으로 이어졌습니다. 극지방의 바닷물이 심해로 가라앉지 못하자 지구의 온도 조절 기능에도 빨간불이 켜졌습니다. 극지의 바다도 이전에 없던 변화를 경험하고 있습니다. 태평양에 살던 플랑크톤이 북극해에서 관측되는가 하면 이상기후 현상의 영향으로 남극 플랑크톤의 탄소 보관 능력에도 이상이 생겼습니다. 우리는 극지바다의 변화를 놓치지 않기 위해 현장에서, 그리고 저 멀리 우주에서 극지바다와 바다를 덮고 있는 얼음판의 움직임을 감시합니다. 차가워야 할 북극 하늘의 온도가 오르면 중위도와 이루고 있던 균형에 문제가 생깁니다. 폭염, 폭설, 한파는 더 자주, 더 세게 올 수 있습니다. 극지연구소는 북극발 한파가 어느 지역으로 향할지 예측할 수 있는 방법을 찾았고, 남극의 서쪽이 동쪽보다 더 빨리 녹은 이유도 밝혀내었습니다. 오로라가 펼쳐진 지구와 가장 가까운 우주, 고침대기도 연구합니다. 지구의 역사를 간직한 기록 보관소인 극지. 우리는 북극에서 발견한 5억 2천만 년 전 화석을 분석해 동물의 진화 과정을 추측하고, 남극 설원 위로 떨어진 외계 운석을 통해 45억 년 전 태양계의 비밀을 풀고 있습니다. 수십만 년 전 쌓인 빙하와 퇴적물로 옛 지구의 모습을 복원하고, 아무도 탐사한 적 없는 남극 바다 밑에서 새로운 멘틀의 존재를 찾아내 지구 형성의 역사를 다시 쓰기도 하였습니다. 온실가스를 품고 있는 북극 동토층의 변화에도 주목합니다. 우리는 그렇게 지구가 겪은 시간을 이해하고 앞으로 벌어질 지구 환경의 변화를 예측합니다. 극지에는 우리가 지켜야 할 생명이 있습니다. 우리는 지구온난화의 영향으로 생존을 위협받는 동물들을 보호하고 극지의 생태계를 연구합니다. 극지의 혹독한 환경을 이겨낸 생존 본능에서 자연의 지혜를 배우기도 합니다. 극지 생물로부터 얻은 유전 정보와 실용화 연구를 통해 농작물의 냉해 피해를 줄이고 혈액을 장기 보존하는 기술을 개발했으며, 극지 생존에 적합한 환경을 찾아 생명 자원의 활용 가능성을 높이고 있습니다. 선도국들보다 반세기 늦은 시작이었지만 극지연구소는 자랑스러운 역사를 만들어왔습니다. 그리고 지금 더 먼 세상의 끝으로 나갈 준비를 하고 있습니다. 인류가 당면한 기후위기 문제의 해법을 찾기 위해 협력관계를 넓혔고 법과 정책도 마련하고 있습니다. 극지에는 수많은 기회가 있습니다. 북극 항로 개척과 남극 내륙 진출로 확보는 기회를 우리의 것으로 만들기 위한 다음 도전입니다. 그리고 제3의 남극기지, 차세대 쇠빙연구소는 그 열쇠가 될 것입니다. 얼음과 바다, 땅과 하늘, 그리고 생명. 가장 차가운 모습으로 지구의 뜨거운 변화를 감지하는 극지. 우리가 딛고선 세상을 지속하기 위해 오늘도 우리는 극지로 나아갑니다. 우리는 극지연구소입니다.
Thank you. So we have another video from the Polar Research Institute on the story of Araon, a ship specifically built in Korea to explore the polar regions and assisting the polar research. This video is also in Korean, but many terminologies will be English, so it will be easy for you to understand. Thank you.
세상의 모든 바다를 항해하며 끝에서 시작의 길을 만들어가는 이야기. 새로운 내일을 발견하는 도전의 이야기가 시작된다. 지금 여기 맨 앞에서 알아온 2009년 11월 6일 인천항. 우리나라 최초의 쇠빙 연구선 아라온이 탄생했다. 2004년 설계 작업에 돌입한 이후 6년간의 기다림이 결실을 맺는 순간이었다. 쇠빙선이란 얼음을 깨는 배로 극지를 포함한 결빙 지역을 자력으로 항해할 수 있는 선박을 말한다. 길이 111m, 폭 19m, 총 톤수 7,507톤의 아라온은 경제항해 속력 12노트, 최대 속력 16노트로 항해할 수 있으며 1m 평탄빙을 3노트의 속도로 쇠빙하며 나아갈 수 있다. 25명의 승무원을 포함해 85명의 인원을 태울 수 있는 아라온의 항속거리는 17,000일이며 60일간 무보급 항해가 가능하도록 설계되었다. 아라온은 일반 마력의 강력한 추진력으로 선체를 해빙에 부딪히거나 빙판 위에 올라가 선체의 중량을 이용해 얼음을 깨뜨린다. 후미에 있는 두 개의 프로펠러는 깨진 얼음 덩어리를 양옆으로 밀어내 배 뒤쪽이 다시 얼어붙지 못하게 하며 360도 회전해 선체를 전후 좌우로 자유롭게 이동시킨다. 결빙 지역에서 선체가 얼음에 갇혔을 때는 횡경사 장치를 이용해 선박을 좌우로 흔들어 탈출한다. 일반 선박이 파도의 저항을 줄여주는 돌출형인데 비해 아라온은 얼음을 쉽게 깰 수 있도록 돌출 부위가 없다. 선체는 일반 선박보다 3배 두꺼운 40mm의 저온 고장력 특수강철로 제작되어 극한을 견뎌낼 수 있다. 선수 아랫부분에는 얼음을 자르며 앞으로 나갈 수 있도록 아이스 나이프가 장착되어 있으며 선수의 추진 장치는 선박의 회전력을 높이고 횡운동을 돕는다. 아라온은 전기 모터로 추진되는데 2대의 5000kW급 추진 장치는 순간적인 추진력으로 얼음 바다를 헤쳐나갈 수 있게 한다. (200일이) 넘는 남극항해, 70일이 넘는 북극항해. 아라온은 1년 중 300일 이상을 바다에서 보낸다. 주요 임무는 남북극 결빙 해역에서 독자적으로 극지 연구를 수행하고 남극의 과학기지에 물자를 보급하며 연구원을 수송하는 것. 그 중에서도 극지 연구에 관해서는 괄목할 만한 성과를 거두고 있다. 첨단 연구 장비와 다양한 연구시설을 탑재한 덕분이다. 아라온은 수심 11,000m까지 실시간 해저면 모니터링이 가능한 다중빔 음향 측심기를 비롯하여 천부 지층 탐사기, 다중채널 탄성파 시스템, 해상 중력계, 해상 자력계 등을 이용해 종합적인 지구 물리 특성 연구를 진행한다. 한 번에 35m 길이의 코어를 얻을 수 있는 국내 최장의 롱코어 시스템, 수심 6,000m까지 해수의 다양한 특성을 한 번에 관측할 수 있는 CTD, 해류 관측을 위한 ADCP와 각종 코어 장비는 해양 물리와 지질 연구에 있어 매우 중요한 역할을 한다. 특히 해상 및 기상 상태에 관계없이 지정 위치를 유지해주는 자동 위치 제어 시스템은 날씨와 환경에 영향받지 않는 정확한 연구 데이터를 얻기 위해 무엇보다 중요한 기능으로 전 세계 쇠빙선 중에서 최고의 성능을 자랑한다. 남북극에서도 통신이 가능한 위성 인터넷 시스템을 탑재한 아라온호는 이 밖에도 50여 종의 최첨단 대형 연구 장비를 보유하고 있으며 정찰과 수송을 담당하는 헬기도 운용할 수 있다. 미래의 가치를 발견하기 위해 인류와 지구의 공존을 위해 오늘도 내일로 나아간다. 끝에서 시작이다. 지금 여기 맨 앞에서 아라온.
Such an interesting part of the earth, isn't it? Finally, we have the video from the Plant and Food Research New Zealand prepared by Dr. Khae Chung Park, where he is a senior scientist.
Plant and Food Research has established a number of offshore breeding programs to ensure new cultivars meet the production requirements of the local environment and that fruit is grown close to market, delivering value for producer and consumer alike. Apples are one of the most widely cultivated tree fruits, with around 75 million tonnes harvested each year. At supermarkets globally, consumers have a choice of many different apples, from older varieties such as Cox's Orange Pippin or Granny Smith to more recent introductions such as Royal Gala. Plant and Food Research has been breeding apples for more than 40 years, and the breeding program based in Hawke's Bay is targeting new varieties that both appeal to consumers and provide benefits for growers, as breeder Richard Voles explains.
The key aims of the apple breeding program are focused around consumer traits of the apple. Essentially, it's the fruit quality traits that the consumer would appreciate in the fruit. So specifically, we're talking about fruit textures. We want a crisp and juicy texture. It's maintained as long as possible in storage, cold storage, and during shelf life. But in addition to that, we have some new breeding aims. They focus on novel characters, particularly around novel flavours, novel skin colours and flesh colours. So they're our consumer traits. As well, we have a focus around production traits and specifically resistance to some important diseases that we have in our commercial production areas. Black spot and powdery mildew are two of those. What makes the Plant and Food Research breeding program so unique is the fact, well, first of all, it's been going for quite a long time. In the 1960s, we selected Gala, which is an important apple around the world today, and basically the campus here has been breeding apples ever since. In the 1990s, we had the Pacific series, Pacific Rose, Pacific Beauty, and Pacific Queen, and these were followed by Jazz and Envy, and in more recent times, in the last decade or so, we've had Lemonade, Smitten, Sweetie, and the small fruited Rocket apple. So that's one aspect. The second aspect is that we have a very large germplasm base for our breeding program. That germplasm material has been collected from all over the world, old varieties, wild apples from Kazakhstan. So that forms the base, if you like, of the apple breeding program, from where we can discover and develop new traits and produce new traits into our new cultivars.
Apples are one of New Zealand's biggest horticultural sectors. Over the past 25 years, apple exports have tripled to over $300 million per annum, predominantly to premium markets such as Europe and the UK, which have strict phytosanitary requirements. Jim Walker, a plant pathologist at Plant and Food Research, has been involved in pest and disease management in the New Zealand apple industry for over 30 years. In the past 3 years, he's been instrumental in the development of the Apple Futures program, designed to reduce chemical residues on New Zealand apples.
The Apple Futures program really grew out of a desire on the part of the New Zealand apple growers to be able to produce fruit with the lowest possible residues to try and put their fruit in a premium position in international markets. So really it's all about being cleaner and greener in terms of our production system, and really with the expectation that perhaps that adds value to New Zealand product in the marketplace, because it will be seen as fruit that is of the highest standard with respect to the lowest possible residues.
New Zealand has some of the most productive soils in the world, and our production systems are some of the most efficient in the world. There is, however, growing
Plant and Food
pressure
Research
on
has
our
established
soils
a
from
number of offshore
intensification of
breeding
agriculture
programs
to
to
supply
ensure
of
new
food,
cultivars
and
meet the
also from
production
the
requirements of the
urbanisation and
local
expansion
environment,
of
and that fruit
housing
is grown
onto
close
some
to
of our
market
most productive
delivering
soils.
value
When you have
to
healthy
producer
soil,
and
plants can
consumer
grow
alike.
really well, and we want plants to grow well because it's feeding all of the population, so soil is
Apples
really
are one of the
important to
most
us all.
widely
Crops
cultivated
generally
tree
rely
fruits,
on
with around
nutrients from two
75
primary
million
sources,
tonnes
the
harvested
soils
each year.
and
At
what comes
supermarkets
out of
globally,
a fertilizer bag.
consumers have
One
a
of the
choice
big issues that's emerged in the last few years is evidence that we've got increasing levels of what we call soil compaction.
We have done a long-term tillage trial over the last 14 years, assessing what impacts different tillage practices have on the soil. If you cultivate it very intensively, the soil particles break down and get very compact. When that happens, the roots can't penetrate as well, and they can't explore the nutrients and water in the soil, and therefore they can't grow as well. So we want to understand what mechanisms we can use and which ones are best in order to keep the soil in good condition and good health into the
The world is really running out of the space close to shore for these kinds of farms. Open ocean aquaculture, it's really a way of being able to increase production for seafood, so it's a great way of taking what we already have and know about aquaculture and making it more sustainable in the open ocean.
So our sea area is more than 15 times our land area, but we're farming less than 0.01% of that. So open ocean aquaculture is a real opportunity for New Zealand to make more of that sea area that we have.
I'm sure everybody can stand there and think of 50 things that there are problems of being able to get some kind of technology out there. So even just the basics of designing a system that the fish can live in and be happy in and grow really well in, that's strong enough to be out in the open ocean. So what about autonomous vessels? Can we actually create a system that is autonomous? Can we control it from land? You're going to be sitting there at your desktop clicking buttons and moving your system around or feeding your fish. There's a lot of science to be done, but there's a lot of technology development there as well. Obviously Maori have a really special relationship with the sea, so any research that we carry out, we want Maori to be involved right from the start. Within Plant and Food, we have senior cultural advisors working with us and making those links and relationships with iwi, with Maori entities, and bringing them together so we can understand that worldview and bring it in as an integral part of the research.
New Zealand, like the rest of the world, is really reliant on managed honeybees, but honeybees can't fully pollinate most crops, so trying to get these insects also acting alongside our honeybees means that growers can get more resilient pollination and also improve their yields. So designing habitat that's supporting the non-bee insects such as flies as well as the bee species ensures that we get more pollination of a diverse range of crops.
Plant-based milk alternatives are quite important for a lot of people because they're transitioning from basic dairy products into plant-based products for various reasons. For ethical reasons, they have just preferences or they have allergies.
We have worked on several projects using soybeans, oats, barley and quinoa. Oats and barley contain beta-glucan, known for their blood cholesterol lowering and satiety benefits.
We are able to make any plant-based meal alternative with any grain or with any seed. We know what process we need to do for the product. Also like the way to get the most of the nutrients for the initial material to the final product.
So it's going to be a huge market and it's going to eat into the traditional products, so obviously New Zealand has to be part of it.
New Zealand's got an unusual situation in as much as we've got an economy that's founded on protein, but it's all founded on animal proteins. And as the global market shifts towards wanting alternative proteins in their diet, New Zealand doesn't have a place to fly that game. Well, the first thing that we did was we looked at all of the possible crops that might produce a protein and aligned them with their suitability for the New Zealand situation. and we scanned over 70 crops in that regard and settled on 3, and all proved to be things that we currently grow as pasture crops.
We actually have more protein in that pasture than's needed for the animals. We're in a unique situation to have the raw material of plant proteins in abundance without having to actually cultivate and develop something new.
One of the issues that we have right now is the animals are very inefficient converters of pasture protein into their own proteins, be it dairy or meat. And in so doing, they actually have an excess of protein in their diet. So as a consequence, they excrete the nitrogen in urea, which is causing issues in the pasture around soil quality and also water quality due to excess nitrogen. So our ambition is to remove some of that protein from the pasture so that the residual protein that's fed to the cows is more.
G'day, I'm Andrew Granger. I'm the Director of Research for Plant and Food Research Australia, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of Plant and Food Research New Zealand and registered as an Australian company. We have offices in Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria and South Australia, where I'm based in Adelaide. We cover a wide range of crops and industries: horticulture, cereals, seafood and food. Our function is to bring together cross-functional or multidisciplinary teams, drawing on the scientific expertise that we have both in Australia and New Zealand to solve industry problems.
We run our summer studentship program every year because it's part of our excellence program. We need the energy, the ideas and the enthusiasm of the students to come into our teams and actually challenge us to think in different ways and get new ideas. We also see the summer studentship program as part of our long-term strategy for developing the next generation of scientists and researchers that will come and work for us.
Hi, I'm Olivia.
And I'm Brad.
And we're both summer students at Plant and Food this summer. I'm working to help find some genes that control flowering in kiwi fruit.
And I'm exploring genes that turn fruit orange.
And so this is our second year for both of us doing the studentship. It's a great experience to get lots of hands-on work in the lab and really experience what it's like to be a scientist.
I'm Charlie. I'm a summer student here at Plant and Food Research in Nelson. And my project is on the cryopreservation of snapper milk for aquaculture. So what this means is I'm developing techniques for preserving snapper sperm in liquid nitrogen, which is at negative 196 degrees Celsius. So as you can see here, these sperm have been preserved for about a week in liquid nitrogen, and they're sort of very active, which is awesome to see. So ultimately, this will allow us to preserve the genetics of the elite snapper brood stock here in Nelson and support selective breeding initiatives.
Kia ora, ko Jack Tokuinga, ko Ngāti Whātua o Kaipara Tokuiwi. Hi, I'm Jack. I'm a summer student at Plant and Food Research Centre in Mount Albert. I'm working with genes that regulate flowering and branching in petunia. We look at petunias as a model organism, as they're fast to grow and easy to work with. In the future, we hope to use these genes to make fruit crops more efficient. Thank you.
Oh, kia ora, hello. Didn't see you there. Hey, I'm Wakapo and I'm a summer student at Plant and Food Research. Since the introduction of the honeybee to New Zealand, Māori people have been well involved in beekeeping activities and spaces where the bee has influenced the environment. Māori also have a holistic and intricate understanding of the environment, which include tohu, or the signs of the environment, and maramataka, the Māori lunar calendar. I'm here at Te Araroa to have a kōrero with beekeepers to see if they can utilise or are utilising the traditional ecological knowledge within maramataka and tohu. I'm stoked to be doing this project and look forward to doing more research. Kia ora.
Hi everybody, I'm Michelle. So we're here at the Seafood Research Unit and we're actually in the middle of a blast freezing trial at the moment. So in front of me I've got some fresh packaged oysters that have been inoculated with Vibrio vulnificus, and they're just about to go into the blast freezer over here. So the blast freezer is running at minus 55 degrees Celsius, and the aim for this trial is to get them down to minus 8. So these oysters are hooked up to some thermocouples, and this data logger here will be monitoring real time the temperature inside of the oysters, so that by the end of the trial we can get a really nice time temperature profile. So each trial spans about a week. So throughout the week we'll be taking some microbiological samples, and this will effectively help us determine how much bacteria has been killed by the process, and therefore how effective blast freezing is as a risk mitigation step. So yeah, that's a little bit of an update from me. We've got to get these into the blast freezer, so we'll catch you soon.
She got to ride a horse, and the horse's name was Jane.
Wow, that sounds like a very amazing opportunity. I hope this showcase of the various institutes have opened up a new horizon for many people and has inspired you to join a research institute for your discipline. So thank you, everyone. I hope your brain is filled with knowledge from the plenary lectures as well as the showcase of research institutes. Now it's time to feed our stomach, so we'll have an hour of lunch break. But remember to be back here at 2 p.m. Sydney time or noon in Korea for day 1 group discussion session of the topic on AI and the jobs in the future. Thank you. I'll see you back here at 2.
Welcome back. I hope you had a nice lunch break. I'm Associate Professor Hoon Han at University of New South Wales, Sydney, and also Vice President of CASEA. I will moderate this group discussion and later the presentation session. So far, we have here the cutting edges researches from keynote speakers this morning, and learn about the range of research projects across professional institutes and organizations across Australia, New Zealand, and Korea. Now it is really time to share and learn from our YGF, YPF participants with different interests and background. So we will have a brainstorming discussion session and presentation next hours or so. Your contribution to the group is important, and we'd like to hear your voice as next generation scientists and engineers. We have a total 9 groups participant in this session, and the session will provide hybrid environment with both offline face-to-face meeting and also online discussion across many cities in Australia, New Zealand, and Korea. Before we begin the group discussion, I will give you brief instructions. The theme to discuss today is AI and jobs in the future. I think we hear that this morning keynote speakers and very insightful thought about the future job lost. You may already narrow down your specific subtopics within this broad theme. If you're not, you will need to select subtopics next hours, and you will let us know. Okay, those AI researchers apparently said 2 billion jobs disappearing, which roughly 50% of all the jobs on the planet by 2030, which is next 10-20 years time. I think it is not doom, but a lot of wake-up call, letting the world know how quickly things are about to change, and letting us know much of a job battle ahead. will be take place our doorsteps. So I think it's a really good opportunity for us to think about this topic carefully and seriously. And please think about what you want it to be next 10 years time, and your current job or your future job and role still exist by them. So each group will need a group leader. Those who basically learn and moderate the group discussion next hours. And we also need one spokesperson who is going to present a 5-minute summary about your discussion. The presentation will start at 4 p.m. So I guess you have plenty of time. And I just give you a bit of a guide on how to actually make a summary. So possibly you could mention why your group select this subtitle or subtopic within the theme, and how they are related to the broader theme. So what is the role of young scientists as you in the future? Which aspect of science and culture? And how can we actually prepare for the future? That I think is quite insightful. You could discuss further. I really appreciate it. And the award committee, led by Professor Doc Che, will assess your presentation in accordance with the assessment criteria. So I will explain further later on. So group, I think you actually already predetermined your group, and you let us know your group title. Some hasn't actually informed yet. This is 9 groups with group leader and spokespersons. And also thanks those who already informed your group subtopics and leaders and spokespersons. If you haven't decided yet, that's fine. Please let me know, let us know during the discussion hours using chat box in Zoom chat box. Next is a YPF groups and YGF groups. You see that different institute and countries and different subtitle, and there are still missing information here we expect. Okay, so I just like to share good news. Well, this presentation is not a Squid Game, original game on Netflix. So you might think it's as I put those circles and triangle, which might be represent the Squid Game. It's not, don't worry. No group will be eliminated. If you got an award, all group members will receive the same prize equally. And all your participants will receive the prize. I wouldn't reveal the prize yet, but that will be tomorrow. The first and second prize for the group discussion, and day 1 and day 2 each, and we'll announce in award ceremony tomorrow. And criteria, the assessment criteria, which include delivery, content, and structure, which pretty much is similar to what you actually study in university. And if you've done any group presentation, oral presentation, which is quite standard in Australia and New Zealand. We apply a strict time limit, so you better set your duration. Each slide, do you know how to select the duration? If you go to option transition option in PowerPoint, there is you can select the duration each slide. So for example, if you have a 5 slide, and you probably assign 1 minute each, so you can finish in 5 minute time. A penalty will be applied if you learn more than 1 minute. Less than 1 minute, plus minus, might be okay, but if you go more than that, there will be penalty applied. Because we have a series of presentations this afternoon. We highly appreciate your critical insight into the selected topics. We really love to hear about your views and opinion future. And the best strategy is that clearly say what you want to say. So my last slide is about the award ceremony tomorrow. There will be an award ceremony at 3:30 Sydney time. So you will need to join the ceremony. As you will announce the winner, we will announce the winner and prize. And we'll send you your prize by post. And for the best participant award, not presentation award, discussion award, each group should nominate one person, not necessarily your group leader and spokesperson. If you think these guys or your colleagues is most actively, highly contribute to your discussion, please vote and let us know. And please directly email the person you vote, Professor Doug Che, the award committee via email and Zoom messages. So I put in the Professor Doug Choi's email address, and you can send Zoom chat box in private mode. Is there any question so far? If you have any question, please let me know now. Otherwise, we actually assign you to your small group discussion room. I have a look at chat box. There's no questions so far. If you have a question, just turn on your microphone. You can ask. That's fine. Okay, it seems it's, you guys are ready. And I ask IT team to allocate individual participant into the small group.
Look at my broke job. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요.
Let's keep going. I
think that was one thing. Yeah, so will you be editing the PowerPoint for us, right? Yeah. So thanks. I'll send that. Oh my god, boy. I think it's connected, but it's. But I'll give it to you. Actually, wrong. Oh yeah, think tanks. Can you come up with a title for our presentation, please? The think tanks. Well, just use the same thing. The quantum solution. Bringing, was it bring in quantum? No. That sounds. Just come up with one. Just come up with one. Say anything. Why not? Thank you. I just like share it.
Okay, welcome back. I just want the whole group back to main hall. Or I might shall wait a few minutes. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had good discussion on your presentation topic. And what I want to do now is that based on your discussion, it is time to you actually create your PowerPoint presentation. So at 4 p.m., we will go each presentation in this order. As you see, YGF 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 5, 6, which is Tasmania. Oh, just one sec. I can see that still people are joining to main room. So my apologies. I just wait few more minutes. So those who just missed my brief introduction, so we have a 1 hour decent discussion, and I hopefully you get to know each other and develop your idea within the discussion theme, AI and jobs in the future. So what I actually like to see at this stage, you probably decide your subtitle, that's important, and how you actually present your subtitle in accordance with the presentation guideline. We don't expect this many slides. You won't have much time, only 5 minutes. So just focus on your main standpoint and what your main argument and the focus. So the panel review panel will assess according to the assessment criteria. So this 1 hour is really time to you put together and form your PowerPoint presentation. About 5-6 slides would be sufficient. So please prepare for it. And we will present in this order. You see that PowerPoint slide here, YGF 1, 2, 3, 4, and the YGF 5, which is offline team, Tasmania, YGF 6, which is again offline team, group, New Zealand. After that, we move to our YPF groups, YPF 1, 2, 3, 4. I do know that some group is actually a little bit struggling to find your group members. That's fine. Whatever you actually summarize small group, just simply present given time, and we actually consider your participant in assessment. So 1, 2, 3, which is online, YPF 4 and 5, which is a regional team, Tasmania and New Zealand. And those are readers and spokespersons you notified, and those to be confirmed. I haven't heard your group, and who will be spokesperson is important. So now, please actually use your chat box and type your group name and who will be present your presentation, please. In the chat box in the Zoom, and I will announce your name at 4 p.m. in order, and you present in 5 minutes. Okay, now, do you have any questions? So please turn on your microphone. So share your questions with others, and our management team would respond to it. I actually attached a Word file in the Zoom chat box. If you actually open the Word file, there is presentation order and also your subtopics and group leaders and spokespersons information there. So we go this order, and I urge you, so we have a limited time, and I want you actually prepare your PowerPoint ready. So each presentation have 5 minutes. So soon as the presentation finish, please upload your presentation file. You know how to use the share screen option. So that's how you do it. Right. So firstly, I just want to also check YGF group 6. So yeah, YGF group 6, New Zealand offline team. Are you here? Can you actually?
Yes, we are here.
All right. Okay. I haven't received your subtitle and spokesperson's information. So please give your information in chat box. I appreciate it. Thank you. Now, I just like to invite YGF Group 1. Group name is YGN Friends. Group leader is Sehun Park, and spokesperson is Darbin Ham. So are you ready? Can you actually share your presentation?
Can AI be a threat? AI technology provides convenience, and its automation reduces costs and labor, which some studies say may further provide economic growth. However, due to the rapid emergence of AI technology, it will bring no compensating boast of job loss. While it's true that AI will create jobs, some questions should be asked. Is it likely that the new jobs require lots of education or training, or maybe even intrinsic talents, really strong impersonal skills or creativity that you might not have? Overall, we believe that the immediate impact of AI is too significant that harms outweigh the benefit. It is crucial that we find a balance rather than sacrificing some current workforces. According to analysis by Cisco Public, it suggests that approximately 630,000 jobs could be displaced by new technologies and their AI implementations over the next decade. This equates to more than 7% of Australia's current workforce. Why is this bad, you might ask? Simply put, this argument can be viewed upon in two ways. From the employer's perspective, applying AI technology to their work tasks, such as sorting through receipts and calculating the required amount for tax in accounting firms, and AI robots replacing factory work, most cleric jobs, driving trucks, etc., has a drastic financial significance for the respective employers. Reason being, computers make little to no error, and although the cost to manufacture or to program an AI is higher, in the long run, the cost of labor of human workers outweigh the initial price of an AI product. On the other hand, for those specific workers, especially in the construction industry, this causes immense financial pressure for the worker and their family. The construction industry is predicted to lose more than 70,000 jobs over the next decade, which is equivalent to around 8.4% of Australia's current workforce. Although this number seems low, this ethical problem is highlighted when countries such as Vietnam are included into the equation, as they are predicted to face approximately 18.8% displacement in the construction job availability. We can all agree that virtual assistants do have good qualities when it comes to certain areas. Inbuilt AI systems in housings allow people with disabilities to require less hands-on help from others. And in our current global stage, where most of us are inclined to shop online, AI allows us to find what we want without the hassle of searching around. Nonetheless, most people will always want a real person to provide human contact. This will be evident in the fields of hospitality and medicine, where customers and patients are welcomed with real and authentic human behavior rather than a computerized welcome message or diagnostic. James E. Besson, in his 2016 article, mentions, advanced AI may be able to solve tough problems, but it cannot provide vision, purpose, imagination, values, wisdom, and other capabilities that are essential for sound leadership and tough choices. This statement articulates the intricate relationship between the rise of AI technology and jobs in the future, where the automation via AI may be favored over human-to-human interaction or vice versa. All in all, AI technology is still considered in the earlier stages in being implemented to our daily lives, but it is increasing at a sharp rate. More research and time should be spent on weighing both efficiency and the ethics behind the link between AI and our future jobs to better apply our technological advancements into our daily lives.
Please unshare your file, thank you. And it's a very timely presentation, a very interesting topic. I wouldn't give you a comment on your presentation. There will be a reviewers comment at the end or tomorrow award ceremony. So I leave it to award committee. Our next presentation, which is YGF2, group name is G2G, and subtitle is The Two Sides of AI and Its Influence on the Future. So group leader is Dan B. Jung, and spokesperson is Sumin Che. Could you please share your PowerPoint?
Hello, my name is Sumin Choi, and I'm from Group 2. We'll be presenting the two sides of AI and its influence on the future. Alrighty, so artificial intelligence, abbreviated as AI, is an intelligence created by science and engineering as opposed to natural intelligence displayed by humans or animals. So AI involves computer programs that aim for problem solving and cognitive responses in order to maximize its chance for achieving its goals. Yes, so there is no doubt that this emerging technology will bring huge changes either in a good or bad way, which is the reason why our discussion focuses on the two sides of AI and how it will influence the future. Alrighty, so artificial intelligence may seem like a terminology related to sci-fi movies, but we can easily find them in real life. So mobile assistants such as Siri are an excellent example. AI is also used to diagnose and produce over 46,000 images of diabetic retinopathy, a condition where the eye, nerves, and blood vessels suffer from a damage as a result of complications of diabetes. Yes, so right now AI has been trained to help doctors diagnose these conditions and produce multiple images which help doctors to make the right decisions. Alrighty, so the ability of a computer program to simulate human reasoning has become significantly beneficial to humans. So with artificial intelligence, the decisions are taken based on previously acquired information and a certain set of algorithms, which not only produces rational decisions at a fast speed, but also reduces chances of human errors substantially, since decisions made by humans can be affected by emotional factors. AI is also totally capable of repetitive labor, such as document verification without rest, which enhances productivity by a huge amount. Another enormous advantage is that AI overcomes many risky limitations that humans struggle on, which can prevent hazardous outcomes in the first place. So, for instance, let's say if AI technology was widely adapted in the 1980s, it would have been unlikely that the explosion of the nuclear power plant in Chernobyl became such a catastrophic event, since the effect of radiation could have been minimized at the first place. But, however, every bright side has a darker version of it. As artificial intelligence replaces the majority of labor, it will be obvious that many employers will hire robots with greater efficiency instead of the minimum qualified individuals. Furthermore, humans will tend to be lazy when most of the work is automated, as depicted by the Pixar animation Wall-E. it may not be long to witness humans who have even forgotten how to walk, just like in the movie image right here. Another note fact is that AI lacks emotion, therefore it is almost impossible to develop a bond between humans and machines or feel affection for machines. Nevertheless, it is expected that the application of AI will become even larger in the future. There are 5 major sectors that will benefit from this technology. That is healthcare, customer service, education, media, and transportation. So in the future, diagnosis of diseases will become much quicker and accurate thanks to virtual doctors and nurses that can monitor patients and obtain the data at a quick speed. So drug discovery can be sped up and streamlined. Big data and AI can also manage organ transplants more accurate. And every individual can enjoy customized services. For instance, receiving a list of recommendations of clothes that matches one body type or food according to the health conditions. Virtual tutors will also assist human instructors and students who feel behind after analyzing their facial expressions or emotions. Yes, so in order to fully benefit from this advanced technology, it is therefore essential to ensure that AI and humans can coexist. And yeah, that's the end of our lecture. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. I think it's quite interesting and well narrowed down the specific area of AI application. Now we like to invite our third group, YGF3. Group name is J, and subtitle is AI and Cloud Service. Presentation by Jefferson. Jefferson, are you ready?
Hello, I'm Jefferson. I'm a part of Team J for Jefferson and Min Jong. Today we'll be talking about cloud services and how that relates to AI and jobs in the future. Firstly, let's talk about the relationship between AI and the cloud. I have here that the importance of the cloud is to effectively and efficiently create an environment for machine learning. And on top of that, the AI's ability to learn is proportionate to its amount of data. And I think that's true. Like, if an AI does not have enough data or enough pool of data to learn its trends, I don't think it will be as effective as AI that has a bigger pool of data. And why we chose the cloud was that it should be no surprise, but the cloud is very important. In this age, right? As an age with a lot of IoTs, the Internet of Things, the cloud is very important and plays a major role in that. Just today in Professor Chris Petit's plenary about his service of AI and the autonomous, how it automatically, he takes data from the property market and takes that in to predict trends and stuff. So it should be no surprise that the cloud has an important role in our age. To my second slide, with the relationship between the cloud and jobs in the future, in our first plenary by Dr. Ho Sok-an, he said, as robots advance, humans should advance into different fields. And as harsh that it sounds, it's somewhat true. If our environment changes, so should we. So if we create better AI or better robots, that becomes our environment, and the society can take that in and get interested I guess that's why we're here today, to learn more about a growing and evolving area. And yeah, as an increase, there will be an increased demand for jobs in this field, as there won't be a monopoly of cloud services. AWS, Amazon Web Service, Google, and Microsoft all have cloud services. However, each cloud service will be directed toward a different audience, whether it be security or the amount of data and its price, I guess, as well. Yeah, so that's how the cloud relates to jobs in the future as well. Thank you for listening.
You made a nice reflection to our plenary speakers this morning. Let me invite our fourth presenter, group YGF4, offline from Queensland, Australia. The group name is Innovation, and subtitle is The Quantum Solution Bring Flow to the Forefront of Transport. Group leader is Taeyong Lee, and spokesperson is dual person, Taeyong Lee and Chano Kim. Welcome. Okay. Can you share your presentation?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Taeyong Lee, and I have Chano Kim with me here today. We're going to be speaking on the quantum solution, bringing flow to the forefront of transport in relation to AI. So to start off, some 200 years ago, a band of men purposely destroyed factory machinery in fear of losing their jobs because of the newly invented technology. We call them Luddites, those who fear being replaced. No matter how much we try to escape from the wheel of advancements and sacrifice, there will always be a group of society falling obsolete. As mechanical muscle pushed out forces out of the economy, mechanical minds will be the same to humans. Not now, not everywhere, but with enough users, it will be reality. And that's a good thing. Replacing human labor with mechanical minds allows humans to specialize, and that leaves us better off. This is how economies grow and standards of living rise. Self-driving cars aren't the future, it is here and now, and they work. The question is not if they will replace conventional cars, but rather how quickly they will. Those don't have to be perfect, they just have to be better than us. Humans advance as they always have, and AI is beneficial for us.
So an example of this can be the inclusion of AI in traffic control by utilizing quantum technology. We see this issue occurring due to a collective waste of time in traffic daily. So on an institutional level, we see inefficiency in delivery, transit, and logistics. We also see our ecosystems are facing significant greenhouse gas emissions from the fuels used for transport. By implementing different algorithmic solutions such as variational quantum eigensolver and quantum approximate optimization algorithms, the combinational vehicle routing problem can optimize accuracy and time. So the variational quantum eigensolver, VQE, is one of the most promising algorithms to find eigenvalues and eigenvectors of a given Hamiltonian on noisy intermediate scale quantum devices, also called NISQ. So the quantum approximate optimization algorithm, QAOA, is a variational quantum algorithm for approximately solving discrete combinational optimization problems. So these concepts have already been attempted by the industry, however yet to be effectively implemented. By the time the industry catches up to this technology, significant impacts can be foreseen. So These include an increase in autonomous vehicles with flawless GPS route recommendations, causing a reduction in the driving industry, leading to the potential loss of jobs for drivers. However, job opportunities in the rural area can arise due to reduced travel time towards the industrial areas, incentivizing the rural population. Additionally, an improvement in the transport system will increase the economic and ecological productivity, resulting in an upsurge of employment rates. Ultimately, there are both positive and negative impacts that arise from embracing artificial intelligence. Loss of jobs are inevitable, but as you can see from the example, the benefits are also certain. So the eventual goal is to identify that us young scientists are advancing towards artificial automation and prepare the human race through science communication such as podcasts to inform the public of the drastic changes to come. Thank you very much.
Its quantum is a rising issue, and you touch on very big urban issue, which is future transport like autonomous vehicle. Now I'd like to invite another regional team, which is Tasmania team here. Team name is Castanics, like it? How AI and jobs in the future. So group leader is Hae-Soo and also spokespersons. So Hae-Soo, are you ready?
So this is Hae-Soo from Group Tastanic. I'm your presenter today. Today we'll be presenting about AI and jobs in the future, how AI and also how AI is impacting our jobs in the future. So here, table of contents. So AI isn't probably a new concept for us here, as we can easily find cases adapting AI technologies in our daily life. We can already find AI technologies being used to assist us in many different fields, such as medical, advertisements, as you probably all aware very well, surveillance, and even in your little pocket inside your smartphone as your virtual assistant that learns and adapts to your daily routines. So advantages of AI. So as I mentioned before, AI learns and adapts and develops just like us, we humans, but in more efficient way. Benefits could be replacing cheaper, expensive labors, and especially in today's state where people cannot travel freely internationally, and there have been cases where in the farm side lacking of labors, which resulted raise in the cost of vegetables and fruits. So, and also it'll be replacing some simple repetitive jobs and learning about what people like, which comes in a form of algorithms and YouTube, where you get recommended for what you might like. Concerns of AI. So also we do aware of the negative impacts the AI could bring. Replacing of job means also less job for humans, and these are the reasons. Because of these reasons, many people have responded that they are scared of AI technologies. However, despite the concerns and the harms of what AI could bring, we cannot ignore the huge benefits of the AI technology that have brought and will bring to us, especially this world where we have to adapt to distant learning. AI could benefit us hugely. AI could help establish connections with your friends and families through network, learning communication and interaction between humans when you cannot interact to your friends directly. AI will not be limited in taking roles. It will create roles, in fact, and we humans will be moving towards to adapting to life with AI and guide AI technology to be developed and used to support our lives. Thank you very much.
Thanks. So Hesu, I think you summarized well our concern in the future job loss. Thanks so much. And we move on to next group. This time we cross ocean. We invite the New Zealand team. So I haven't had New Zealand team information yet. So could you please share your PowerPoint? So, okay, YGF group 6. Okay, just briefly tell about you as a spokesperson, then you can begin your presentation. Thank you.
We are going to be talking about unemployment and ethics in regard to AI and jobs in the future. Thank you for your time, and we'll begin. First of all, I think it's important for us to acknowledge who's here. So we are fortunate enough to have an offline meeting. So we have a good variety of scientists and engineers who joined us today. So we have soil scientists, biochemistry scientists, microbiologist, chemical engineer, and civil engineer. And we also have a good mix of working professionals and postgraduate researchers. So we were able to really go in depth on this topic and discuss and share our views. It was also important and sort of interesting for us to note the differences in our thinking, how in terms of how our minds work as a scientist and how our minds work as an engineer. So scientists typically they investigate and observe. Engineers, we from the knowledge that scientists gather, often we solve problems. So our presentation layout today we will be presenting in the context of our forum. AI and jobs in the future, it's a big and massive topic. And you'll probably agree that as young professionals, we wouldn't have the in-depth topics, in-depth knowledge on the topic as some of the senior researchers and professors as we have seen in the early sort of today, this morning. So we'll be presenting in that context. Then we'll move on to thoughts and viewpoints as an engineer, scientist, participants' experience before concluding thoughts. So first, as an engineer, how might an engineer view this topic? So if you're an engineer viewing this, you would probably agree, we don't have time to dwell on things. We like to solve problems. So one of the things that we could do is to actually look up what other people have done. So this is a chart that we could find online. This shows the probability that robots will take your job in the next 20 years and with different job categories. As you can see, the number, we don't see engineer and scientists on the list. So that's all good. This is another chart that we could find online. Intensity of routine and intensity of manual labor in tasks. Again, we don't see any engineer and scientists on the list, so that's all good. So observation from market research that an engineer might conclude is that we are not going to be affected, so all good, happy days. Then we had more sensible scientists who joined us who wanted to sort of approach in a more logical sort of fashion. So these are the things that a scientist or a person with more sort of interest might follow. So we'll also be presenting our views in terms of definition, application, ethical considerations, and job market considerations. So AI definition, there can be many definitions. And we at first struggled to sort of understand what exactly is AI. It stands for artificial intelligence. What is it? And we found that actually AI started sometime in 1950s, where a clever person came up with an idea saying that human intelligence can be so specifically and precisely described that we can simulate it. And if we can simulate it, we can create it. And there are different applications that followed: reactive machines, limited memory, theory of mind, and self-aware. So we are somewhere in between phase 1 and phase 2 with deep learnings. If you are knowledgeable about the topic, as I'm sure you all are as scientists and engineers, you would know. Some of the ethical considerations that we considered was it has to be beneficial to the society, unbiased, beyond the control by humankind, transparent and trustworthy. Impact on the job market, we found that it could significantly potentially change the job industry that we see, but not without positive aspects. We saw that there's increase in the job in the related sectors, such as drones industry. And actually, we have been seeing that there has been a reduction in the labor hours with the introduction of AI technology. I know I'm mindful that we are slightly going over time, but we would also like to present some of our participants' personal experience in dealing with AI. For example, from an engineering sector, there are actually current news in our job, day to day. So we use something called computer-aided design. It saves us from doing manual hand calculations with greater accuracy and with greater presentation sort of formats. Some concluding thoughts that we had was some concluding thoughts that we had was it is beneficial, there are benefits, but in terms of civil engineering design, there are different ways to assess and analyze buildings. And we need to find one convincing and reasonable way to assess. It's like making music. So AI at the moment, it's like building or making music. So we can put together different notes, but there would be one certain sort of way of putting together notes such that the music is recognizable and enjoyable to humankind. And the quick questions that we had was, who takes the accountability? Who takes the blame when things go wrong? For example, in the example of a civil structure, there are many people working on, for example, bridge, highway construction or large tall building construction. And the project cost is typically over hundreds of millions of dollars, even billions. But in reality, there is only one accountable. And the question arises, can an AI so sophisticated and so precisely developed, can it take on accountability that a human does? Can we, if a building falls down, can we actually put the blame on the computer to say, okay, computer, you take the blame, and will people be happy with it? Benefits definitely exist. And our thoughts were, A, should be to ensure that the benefits outweigh the cost. And the key sort of thought that guided us was to ensure the benefits are shared. And we all agreed that there should be governance and training to support transition. For example, there was an earlier presentation by one of the senior professor who suggested that there has been a time where people transferred calls manually, but now it's done automatically. But those people are now in the telemarketing sort of business. And such transition, if properly supported and governed, could actually benefit us all. We apologize for going over time, but thank you for listening.
It's about ethical issue in AI, and also provide quite comprehensive view, so which is a nice comparison with the other presentation, which looking at the specific issue. Thank you. Also, I note that over the committee, please take this group is YPF 5 New Zealand team. It's not YGF 5, so please take note. Now I actually invite YPF group 1. Group name is Squid Game, and also subtitle I talk about sustainable nature and AI. So leader is Moon Young Kim, and spokesperson is Badao. Badao, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here, but I think Moon Kim is going to present our.
Oh, okay, that's fine. So Munya, are you ready?
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. We're currently living in one of our most difficult periods, where every individual is experiencing the COVID-19 pandemic. And fortunately, there is a vaccine that is invented as one of the most effective solutions. And we personally believe that our next crisis is the global warming or climate change. And how we take our action in coming decade will determine whether our future will remain sustainable or not. Sustainability is an interdependent concept. While human development in industrial revolution made our lives easier, sustainability isn't necessarily the first aspect to consider. And we cannot think of only ourselves or seek for profit and not worry about the planet we live in. UN proposed the Sustainable Development Global Goals. There are many categories we need to consider and find the solutions for. And we need to take climate action 13 by reducing the consumption and production 12. And we can also focus on more sustainable city 11. We can also make better quality life. The waste management will involve designing more sustainable products that can reduce landfill or plastic waste. They can also consider the sustainability of life below water and on land. This is the global greenhouse gas emission by sector. And you can see the agriculture and transportation take up a large portion of greenhouse gas emission. But it is too complex environment and the nature for us to find the ideal solution. So every decision we make impact on Earth, and we need a smarter decision and solution with help of AI. There are more and more people who want to live close to city. In Korea, for example, there is 1/5 of the population, over 10 million of people who lives in Seoul alone. And we can imagine high density of waste and the greenhouse gas from the transportation alone. So how do we apply AI for the sustainable solution? And one approach is the smart city. The emission from the transportation can be significantly reduced with the smart city and AI's help. First step is that can be used for city planning based on the population density and other factors. The city can be planned and developed in more environmental friendly way where less individual cars will be necessary by having more convenient public transportation. And cars can be driven in more fuel efficient way too. Cars on the road can be driving at a safer and more efficient speed by interacting with other cars. A smarter navigator can also provide more efficient routes than other options. Another aspect is by integrating the forecast data in people's behavior and transportation options for smarter choice. In some extreme weather, for example, maybe it's better to take public transportation than driving a car where more traffic congestion is expected. It's not to mention that it can also increase the car accident in bad weather. Smart farming is the next approach to reduce the emission and sustainable future. There are a significant amount of foods that are being wasted globally, while on the other hand, there are also still high number of poverty across the globe. Smart farming can be the sustainable solution. AI technology-based farming can greatly reduce the emission per kilograms of vegetation or meat. Both vegetable and animals can be monitored in real time and also more efficiently grown with better management. And when we consider the growing global population, we need way more amount of food, and they need to be produced in a more efficient way, which is going to be even more challenging when we face the climate change. We can also allow any plants to be grown anywhere at any time. Sejong Science Center from Korea that is located in South Pole has already adopted the smart farms so the researcher can have a fresh vegetable every day. Considering how inhabitable the South Pole is, this already shows how it can be integrated to provide food in less habitable regions more efficiently across the globe as a poverty solution as well. So we're in the era where we believe we may be facing more climate change problems that can lead to unsustainable future. But for our sustainable future, we need to grab our hands with AI technology. Smart city can be the people a smarter and more environmental choices that the smart farms can be a solution for not only the poverty, but can greatly reduce the emission for a rising population. And thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Woon-young Kim. The topic is I think it's a global agenda SDG, and not even Australia, the Korea and the OECD countries are major climate change goal, and it's quite important topic. Thanks for sharing your view with it. Now I like to invite YPF2. The subtitle going to talk about is the effect of AI on leads in the future. Well, presenter here in my record is Daniel Flower. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, Daniel. Now. Thank you. So can you share your PowerPoint?
I'll get started. Hi, my name is Daniel. I'm from the YPF2 group, and my topic is about the effect of artificial intelligence on lives of people in the future. So what can AI provide? AI will be a great transformer to society, improving the efficiency of many sectors in the community. AI can enable the creation of more suitable services that can lead to better economic growth and better social outcomes. Improved accuracy and decision-making is also available with AI. It can augment human intelligence with rich analytics and enable pattern prediction capabilities to improve the quality, effectiveness, and creativity of employee decisions. But will jobs disappear in the future due to AI? I don't think jobs will disappear in the future, but it's more about how these jobs will change and be replaced by AI. For example, cybersecurity. There is a need for people to watch over AI software to ensure it runs correctly. Otherwise, there could be damage to all our cyber sectors in the future. Another example is stock market analyzing. AI can predict how the value of stock changes, and this is already occurring today. But there's still a need for people to ensure that it runs smoothly and it does create expected outcomes. Finally, there is also the risk management and in industrial fields. There still need people for health and safety tasks that cannot be completed by AI. AI will improve our lives. People will work fewer hours in the future. Perhaps instead of 40 hours, that is quite common, maybe it will only be 20, with the rest with more leisure time for humans. Many administrative and repetitive tasks may be fully automated, leaving only the tasks that AI cannot complete. AI increases productivity in areas where it outperforms humans, allowing us to perform faster computations and solve more complicated issues. Companies and individuals are using their talents more productively as a result of the power of AI by reducing time wasted. There are a few limitations of AI. AI will only be able to handle existing issues due to the need for them to be trained. Jobs in the research field will continue to exist as AI is often a trained model and may not be as creative as humans can be. It may be difficult for some people to transition to a new working environment with AI-related jobs. And security issues, there are security issues surrounding AI. Particular regulations of privacy needs to be addressed. And finally, AI could make humans lazier. And that's it for today. Thank you.
Thanks, Daniel, for sharing the future AI jobs and your positive kind of approaches. I really appreciate that. We have a little bit of rescheduling. I mean, it's just switching between two groups, YPF 3 and YPF 4, because it's Tasmania have some local kind of time issue. So I would invite Tasmania team first, then follow YGF 3. So YPF 4, Tasmania professional, you here?
Hi, yeah, I'm here.
Yep, would you like to share your PowerPoint? So spokesperson is Hee-moon Young.
Yeah,
right?
that's me.
Yep.
Can you see
share
my screen?
Yep, I can see you well. And when you're ready.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Hee-moon Yoon from University of Tasmania. In today's discussion, we have talked about what kind of job will not be replaced by AI in the future. Especially our group focused on two different ways of AI learning, supervised learning and unsupervised learning. Okay, there are two types of AI learning, supervised learning and unsupervised learning. Supervised learning learns from teacher or guideline, while unsupervised learning learns by itself. Supervised learning needs multiple sample answers, which commonly called labels or annotations. That is just like our teachers. For example, when we learn how the dolphin looks like, we see multiple different dolphins, big dolphin, small dolphin, swimming dolphin, hunting dolphin, pink dolphin, white dolphin, and so on. Then we finally learn a concept of dolphin. On the other hand, unsupervised learning is a bit different. In this learning scenario, no one teaches AI, but it learns by itself. To learn by itself, I need to correct myself according to the result. This is just like learning how to run when we were young. When a child learns how to run, he tried to learn and fall down, correct his position, and again, run and fall down and cry, correct again, and try again until he can run fast. Then, when you think of these two types of AI learning, what type of AI learning will most likely replace our job? I think the answer will be the unsupervised learning, because AI can try anything as many times as it wants. However, in case of supervised learning, it would be hard to replace jobs because there is limited number of given answers. For example, if there is a dolphin but without fin because of some kind of mutation, humans can recognize this even with partial feature of dolphin without any previous similar example. However, in case of AI in supervised learning, since AI never been taught with this exceptional case, AI might not be able to identify this as a dolphin. Therefore, our group expected that the job need to be trained from multiple correct answers will not be replaced in the future by AI. This is also because when we create multiple homogeneous data set, it is very hard to annotate data consistently and accurately. It would be more difficult to AI when the learning data set is more homogeneous, such as politics, scientists, and philosopher. These jobs produce new concepts from the given multiple homogeneous data set, which is hard to be predicted. Our group expected these kind of jobs will not be replaced by AI even in the future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Tasmania team. Very interesting the view and the talk about different machine learning method, supervised and unsupervised learning, and the different applications. I'm very happy to see that those techniques apply in the many fields of science. Thank you. Because of Tasmania today going to lockdown, so we have a bit of switch the time, but I hope you are fine and well. Soon
Thank you very much.
lockdown is resolved. Thank you. So I
And
might
thank you for your understanding for switching. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we understand that. And our last group, which is YPF3, and the group name is CYMJY. I don't know what that means, but it seems quite interesting names, and subtitle is AI developers can be replaced by AI. So presenter is Changbom Shim. Changbom, are you ready?
Yeah.
I can hear you well. Okay.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for giving me a chance to talk about our discussion and idea. Yeah, the question about our team name is our name is the first letter, but the pronunciation is quite similar to Shimji, so that's why we choose. So yeah, let's see. Our topic: AI developers can be replaced by AI or not? Yeah. Technically, we already talk about many things about AI and jobs, so maybe most of things are overlapped, but let's see. Okay, artificial intelligence, AI, nowadays everyone knows this. However, more specifically, this AI technique can be divided in machine learning with deep learning. These two techniques are nowadays very popular for achieving AI itself. Yeah, before that, big data, large scale data appeared, especially Google drove this kind of big data technique with currently AI as well. So that's why we can nowadays use Google search engine and related other services. Okay, let's see the relationship between deep learning and large scale data. Before AI area, existing methods and its performance were quite limited. However, thanks to the large scale data, deep learning techniques are extremely increased. So that's why nowadays so many people are addicted to develop this technique and related job as well. However, as the previous team talked, the main obstacle variable is high quality data set. Maybe you guys already saw this animal photo. Yeah, I thought this AI is animal identifier because so many speakers about AI gave me this kind of animal identifier to me. So of course it's not. The reason why that speakers brought this photo was the image data set is very easy to get and very high quality. So that's why the computer vision area is very popular along with the AI techniques. Yeah, conclusion. At the moment, technologies and data are still insufficient, although quite rapid development. However, one day, AI developer can be replaced by AI or machine learning techniques if there are high quality data sets and enough time to develop or proper policy and any other related situations. However, before that, it's time to move on data science at first, because we have to prepare what's going on. We don't know the next situation. So we conclude scalable data science is current assignment, and then we can decide the next direction by considering existing people, jobs, and their technologies as well. Thank you for giving me a chance again. And if you have any questions, please contact me or chat. Thank you.
Thank you, Changbom. Well, thanks, Batchbaum. Very nice summary, and I'm sure we enjoyed that presentation. Well, I think it's a perfect time. We supposed to finish it in 5 minutes, and I hand over the MC concluding day one session. Before I end this session, I really appreciate those participants, YGF and YPF. Well, this is brilliant presentations with a lot of ideas and views. We shared our different views and knowledges across different colleagues with different background and their expertise. And I'm sure that our collective knowledges will benefit to our society through AI. So let's think about a more positive way. And those review and assessment results will be collected and verified by award committee by tomorrow. And I just say thank you so much you participate. And it's a long day, but we learned a lot. Thank you so much. And I hand over to Ju-Young Park, our MC. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think on the topic of AI and the AI programs, I see a general notion of where people are both excited and scared at the same time. But yeah, it was very exciting to see so many different views on how they think AI system will be applied into our future. So this marks the end of the program we got for day one. So let me just wrap up day one for you. It was day one of Young Generation and Young Professional Forum was definitely full of new knowledge and views, hopefully that have opened up new space, new perspectives, or reinforced the views that you already have. We saw the application of AI in property market through Professor Petit's lecture, and the robotics applied in horticulture through Dr. An's presentation. We were introduced to many of the research institutes across Australia, Korea, and New Zealand, and the YGF and the YPF scholars were able to have a group discussion on AI and the jobs in the future. So good job to everyone on working your brain so hard. And I thank again to all speakers and presenters. This wraps up day one. I'll see you again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Sydney time to begin our day two of the Young Generation and Young Professional Forum. It'll be another interesting day with plenary lecture, a young professional talking about his personal experience in his postdoc life, a Q&A session with a panel of academics, another group discussion on the topic of science and culture, as well as the talent show. So to end the day two, we'll be finished off with a closing ceremony and award ceremony. So thank you again, and I'll see you again tomorrow.